Exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Fox Business.
I'm Jerry Willis, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A big day on Wall Street Monday. The Dow up 161 points. It's erased losses following the April 2nd tariff announcements. The S&P 500 up 184. It's also erased tariff announcement losses. And the Nasdaq gained 779, up 22.5% from a low April 8th. It's entered a new bull market. The big jumps follow 2 major announcements. First, the U.S. and China lowering tariffs for 90 days as talks continue on a long-term trade deal. The U.S. level for imported Chinese goods now 30%. The Chinese will charge 10% on U.S. goods. President Trump also signed an executive order aimed at cutting prescription drug prices, giving drug makers 30 days to reach a deal with the health department on new prices.
Today, Americans spend 70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year 2000.
This morning, we get the Consumer Price Index numbers for April. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Ureski, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's only May of 2025, but the 2026 campaign is heating up. And even though President Trump won't be on the ballot, Democrats are running against him.
In his first 100 days, he set free criminals who did violence on his behalf.
Senator John Ossoff at a rally in Georgia in March.
He's undermined the freedom of the press. He's retaliated against lawyers who have opposed him in court. He's defied and threatened federal judges.
But Senator Ossoff is already facing Republican opposition.
I am John King, retired United States Army Major General, police chief, and the first Hispanic statewide elected in Georgia.
John King is Georgia's insurance commissioner and started running for Senate yesterday. In that video on X,
during President Trump's first term, I served on the U.S.-Mexico border. As an Atlanta police officer, I was shot and stabbed in the line of duty, protecting our community. I've never shied away from a fight. But what truly scares me today is having John Ossoff for 6 more years.
King is the second Republican in the race. A congressman was first, launching his campaign last week.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
Buddy helped Trump secure our border and put America first. And he knows the difference between a man and a woman. MAGA warrior, Buddy Carter for U.S. Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
And the congressman joins us now.
Georgia deserves someone who is going to support President Trump and his America First policies. Remember, Georgians voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump for president last year.
Congressman Buddy Carter is a Republican representing Georgia's 1st House District.
Donald Trump deserves someone from Georgia who is going to support him in the Senate, just like I have in the House. I'm for you. John Ossoff is not. He's not for Georgians. He really is more for AOC and Bernie Sanders than he is for Georgians.
So when you challenge him, there is certainly the controversial transgender rights issue that has been continuing to be a controversy. Republicans, President Trump pushing for just simply male, female. There's a big pushback against that. What do you think should be done in Congress on this?
Well, we've done it. We've passed legislation that prohibits biological men from competing in girls' sports, and that's what we need to do. And we passed that in the House, and it needs to be passed. There's no reason. Look, I've got 6 granddaughters. I don't want them competing against a biological male. Yet John Ossoff voted against that legislation. He voted against that. And over 75% of Georgians favor that. They favor prohibiting biological men from competing in girls' sports. Yeah, and that's why I say that he does not represent the values of the state of Georgia.
What other issues do you think are big in this campaign?
Well, let's look at the last 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration and what he has been doing in supporting them. Chaos at the border. He was for open borders. Let's look at the things that we're for in America First policies and that I support President Trump with and that I will continue to support President Trump with, making sure that we have a secure border. You know, apprehensions are down 97% now, and we've got a secure border all of a sudden thanks to Donald Trump. We got more work to do, and we're going to help him with that with this one big, beautiful bill that we're going to pass in reconciliation. We need to have energy dominance. Gas prices are down 6.7% since he took office. We need to be respected on the world stage again. We need a strong economy. We need energy dominance, and we're getting that.
But Democrats have said that President Trump's return in his second time in the White House has been a disaster. They say it's chaos. Of course, there are lots of legal challenges to the Trump executive actions that have taken place in the last couple of months so far. And in 2020, both Senators John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, as the election actually moved into 2021, won runoffs to help Democrats take control of the Senate. I mean, do you have a potential purple state there?
You know, I would say no. If you look at the state of Georgia, you'll see that every statewide elected official we have is a Republican, with the exception of these 2 senators. Now, I would submit to you that their position and they being in that position is an anomaly. In 2020, people stayed away. They didn't get out and vote. And John Ossoff got a lot of money from California, New York, outside of the state. And yes, they both were able to win 2022. Herschel Walker came very close and should have won, but unfortunately, he didn't win that race against Raphael Warnock. So I would submit to you that both of these seats should be held by a Republican. We're not a purple state. We're possibly pink, but not purple.
President Trump's endorsement might mean a lot. It has in a lot of other races in the past. Have you spoken to him about your candidacy?
We have been in touch with President Trump. He and I have a great relationship. I was at the White House week before last, and I continued to communicate with President Trump and his team, and I hope that I will be able to gain his endorsement. I've voted with him 96% of the time that I've been in Congress, and I intend to continue that. I would welcome his endorsement and hope to earn his endorsement.
So let's get to that one big, beautiful bill that you have referenced that Congress is working on, Republicans in the House and Republicans in the Senate through that reconciliation process that Democrats can't block. Now, you and your fellow Republicans keep working on Medicaid as cutbacks to Medicaid and changes in waste, fraud, and abuse that you want to make. But Democrats oppose it, not just those in Congress. And Congressman, I want you to hear what New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham told CBS Face the Nation.
This is very simply an effort to destroy healthcare as we know it, to rip it away from everyday Americans, make it more costly for everybody else.
And they warn that you're going to cut back food assistance programs as well. Your reaction?
Nothing could be further from the truth. I served with Michelle in the House, and she didn't get it then. She still doesn't get it. She doesn't understand. Look, I'm a pharmacist by profession. I'm also chair of the Health Subcommittee of Energy and Commerce. I can tell you what we're doing with Medicaid is strengthening it. We're trying to save it and sustain it for the people who truly are the most vulnerable in our society. It was never intended for the mass of people that are on it right now. It was intended for the aged, blind, disabled, for pregnant mothers, for children. That's who it was intended for, the most vulnerable in our society. And we can improve it by cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse, by requiring work requirements, by doing the things that we are proposing. Did you know there's a waiting list on Medicaid now? We need to get the people who don't need to be on Medicaid off of it and get those people who are on that waiting list back onto the Medicaid program.
Now, you talk about work. We've had this debate for welfare programs for decades, even back to President Clinton, work requirements. How would this be implemented?
Well, what we want to do is we want to make sure that able-bodied adults who are choosing not to work, that don't have dependent children or elderly parents in their care, that they're out working or are volunteering. I would submit to you that we need to do more in Medicaid reform than what we're doing here, but this is a great start for us.
Now, there has been a lot written about trying to get Republicans unified. You don't have a very large majority in the House to get this passed. So where are the differences and how do you bridge these differences within your own party?
Well, let's face it, not everyone's going to get everything they want. We have a very big tent, a very diverse conference. And, you know, when you talk about SALT, when you talk about Medicaid, when you talk about the Inflation Reduction Act, all of those things, we're going to have some give and take. And I have a very high level of confidence in our conference that we're going to get this done.
You said SALT. This is related to the tax cuts from the first time Trump was in office that you want to make permanent. And one of the issues is the ability for Americans, especially in blue states, to deduct more of their state and local taxes from their federal return. Back then, it was capped at $10,000, which affects people like me in New York. But there are members in your own party that want that $10,000 cap increased. Are you okay with that?
Look, I know I'm confident there's a number we can agree on. I'd like to keep it at 10 because I think that, you know, it's wrong for the blue states like yours, like New York, to have such high taxes and then get to write it off. However, I recognize that we need to that we need to cooperate on this and that we need to find a number. And I'm convinced there is a number that we can all agree on and move forward in this bill.
Okay. There's another one, too. Talk about a millionaire tax hike, an increase in the income tax rate for people who make, say, over $2.5 million a year. That one, some Republicans have a hard time agreeing to any kind of a tax increase. Are you one of those?
I am one of those. I don't think it's fair to be taxing someone more just because they're successful. They already pay their fair share of the taxes and the majority of the taxes. But again, you know, the end goal in the prize. That's what we're looking for here. If I've got to negotiate, if I've got to compromise, then let me just get the best deal I can get. But I will tell you, and let me assure you, that members of Congress aren't in that group of $2.5 million a year.
Well, President George H.W. Bush paid dearly for raising taxes with his whole read my lips, no new tax pledge during his 1988 campaign. Do you think that you could be in trouble in elections if you have a tax increase, even if it's on millionaires?
Well, what we want is to do the right thing. I've never been one to make my judgments or my votes on whether it's going to get me reelected or not. I've got to represent the values of the state of Georgia, and I've got to make the best deal possible for the state of Georgia. If we do not pass this reconciliation budget, this one big, beautiful bill, 88% of Americans will face the highest tax increase they've ever seen. We cannot let that happen. I don't want to place more of a tax on millionaires. I don't want to do that, but I certainly don't want to increase the taxes on 88% of Americans.
I want to get to something else as well. I know you're on the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House. We have this U.S.-China trade deal, a pause in the high tariffs that had really halted a lot of trade between the two countries. Is this the right path we're on now to try to get this trade war resolved?
This is exactly what President Trump wanted to do and what he has achieved. This is what true leadership looks like. Look, the president warned us. Tariffs are going to be tough. It's going to cause some short-term pain, but in the long term, it's going to be worth it. Now we're experiencing that, and we've got a president who's got the gall to stand up to China, to stand up for the American people and the American worker. I'm proud of the work he's done.
It's going to be a long campaign as you now try to become a U.S. Senator from Georgia. Congressman Buddy Carter, Republican, representing the 1st District of Georgia in the House. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
President Trump says drill, baby, drill. And he's declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for more active drilling and support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Don't miss out on this limited time opportunity to create potential income for up to 20 or more years to come. Call 800-544-1221 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Call Encore Energy now at 800-544-1221 and find out if your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-544-1221. That's 800-544-1221.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we're proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. President Trump landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia this morning, the first stop of his trip to the Middle East.
President Trump is expected to drum up even more investment in the U.S. on this 3-country trip to the Middle East. It also follows multiple foreign policy successes for the president in his second term. This includes Ukraine and Russia peace talks, brokering trade deals with China, and the release of the last United States citizen.
The president also saying he would accept a luxury jet from Qatar, which drew criticism and raised ethics concerns. That's Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer. A federal judge refusing to block the IRS from sharing tax data to identify and deport illegal immigrants. The judge issued a preliminary injunction in a lawsuit filed by nonprofit groups that argued undocumented immigrants who pay taxes are entitled to the same privacy protections as U.S. citizens and legal immigrants. And the 78th annual Cannes Film Festival opening today over the next 12 days. Cannes going to play host to several movie premieres. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In the NBA Monday, the New York Knicks defeated the Boston Celtics 121-113 to go up 3-1 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Celtics star Jason Tatum went down with a non-contact leg injury and had to be helped off the court. And the Minnesota Timberwolves topping the Golden State Warriors 117-110 as they take a 3-1 series lead. On the ice, the Carolina Hurricanes go up 3-1 as they beat the Washington Capitals 5-2. And the Edmonton Oilers with a 3-0 victory over the Vegas Golden Knights to extend their series lead to 3-1. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
He's a co-chair, and the other presidential commission. The other co-chair has been reported is Cody Campbell, a billionaire oil guy. That's the Texas Tech, the biggest booster for the Matador Club, which is the Texas Tech Collective.
Okay.
So they've got someone from the world of business that's been helping fund the players through a collective, and one of the richest boosters in America. And this guy used to play, well, he's a former Texas Tech player, is going to be co-chairman with Nick Saban on this. I think that's smart to bring in the former coach, administrative side, with someone who's been around the whole world of NIL, pay for play, of transfer portal, and everything else.
He said the collectives are for legislation, just not the total disruption of what federal legislation could bring.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Investors are keeping a close eye on headlines on the progress the Trump administration says it made on weekend trade talks with China. President Trump, meantime, sounding pleased after completing his first trade deal since imposing tariffs on countries around the world. He calls the U.S. deal with the UK a breakthrough and good for both countries. It calls for boosting U.S. exports of beef and ethanol as well as agricultural products. United Airlines could be hard hit by the FAA's plans to temporarily scale back flights at Newark's Liberty International Airport. United has more than half the flights at the airport as the FAA struggles with ground stops and other scary technical snafus. And Paramount Global, that owns CBS and MTV, is seeing improved performance of its Paramount Plus streaming platform, and that resulted in first quarter results that beat analysts' estimates. Warner Brothers Discovery, the parent of HBO and CNN, reported disappointing first quarter sales. That's due to declines in traditional pay TV subscriptions. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Kids 14 and under will be celebrating when they receive an IBEW Local 98 Fightin' Season t-shirt on Sunday, June 1st at 1:35 when the Brewers are in town. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. It'll be a Pennsylvania showdown on Friday, May 16th at 6:45, Saturday, May 17th at 6:05, and Sunday, May 18th at 1:35 when Pittsburgh visits Philly. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
It's time for Pitch, Hit, and Run, the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Give the kids in your community a chance to flex their superpowers, and they could earn a trip to the national finals of the 2025 World Series presented by Capital One. So go ahead, be the one who powers their dreams, and sign up to host the local Pitch, Hit, and Run event. It's a free and fun way to promote baseball, softball, and your organization. To learn more, go to pitchhitrun.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today, Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Tuesday, May 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. A Tuesday cut sheet looms an hour and 45 minutes from now. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
How's the day? Was it day 5 of the?
Day 5, penicillin.
I was going to say prednisone, but close enough. Penicillin. I'm actually allergic to penicillin.
Ooh.
Little factoid. A little did you know? Well, Nick Kayal. Born allergic to penicillin.
Fascinating.
It's the one thing I remember from my mom. She said, Nikki, when you get older, just remember, tell the doctors when they ask you what you're allergic to, penicillin. I've never forgotten that for some reason. I don't know why.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing. It is a good thing indeed. Hello, Gregory.
Hi, how are you?
Docker's actually live right now from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, covering not only Trump, but the upcoming WWE pay-per-view. He's multitasking.
Unbelievable.
He's wearing multiple hats.
Sit here and kiss the ass of these people. Great.
Trump is in Saudi Arabia right now as we speak. 1 p.m.
Can I have another plane?
He's meeting the Crown Prince, MBS. That sounds like a worthless degree, by the way. I got an MBS from Villanova, and I owe $183,000, and here I am.
Master in BS.
Yeah. I actually have a doctorate in BS. Anywho, we have a lot to get to this morning. Donald Trump's almost perfect day, the good and what I didn't like late in the day. That'll be the theme of the big take. Also, it was probably a cinch for Jack Chitterelli, but now that he's got 47's endorsement, I think it's ball game for Bill. We'll talk a little Jersey politics today.
Right, unbelievable. Spady crying in his beer right now.
Oh.
It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Wow.
Sorry.
Oh.
Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you.
No.
How about that?
Okay. How about that?
Yeah.
We'll do a little Jersey. We got a lot of local stuff today. Also, I can't believe this is a real story. White Marsh Township. We'll give you details in a little bit. And also, I've officially reached my fatigue or exhaustion point with people that are scumbags.
Yeah.
That then try to play the victim card and say, give me money.
Yeah, me too.
Upper Darby we go.
Uh-oh.
We'll talk about that a little bit later in the 7 o'clock hour. And then also, if you're a free speech absolutist, which I am, when it pertains to comedy, you have to just roll with it. Lighten up. Take the stick out of your keister. This is for both sides of the political arena. Whether you're on the receiving end of jokes or on the delivering end to the opposition, it's just a joke. I think we've forgotten that in comedy, they might not mean it, or maybe they do, but either way, it's entertainment. We'll talk about that coming up this morning. The cut sheet at 7:45 and a whole lot more, but let's get down to business. Round number one of the news at 6:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
6:03 on this Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday morning. It's raw, rainy, and not a warm day or two upcoming. Full forecast in just a moment. We're sponsored in Kayal Company News Live, sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union. So the developing story is police searching for the gunman who opened fire on this on somebody in West Philadelphia. One man in critical condition this morning, happened late last night, and that investigation proceeded into the wee hours of the morning. This was the 5900 block of Market Street. Police officers say they found that victim lying in the street along with two bicycles. So investigators once again turning to and reviewing that surveillance video, the surveillance images we talk about all the time. So they say in this case, the images show two men driving up in a white SUV. They get out of the vehicle and just open fire. This is the Wild Wild West, or maybe an old mafia film kind of scene that they paint. As police say, the bullets also struck two nearby businesses, as well as at least one parked car. So a woman was reportedly inside one of the vehicles, and the business owners were not injured. So those were the innocent victims surrounding. Authorities still working to track down the gunman. And so we don't have, once again, we don't have suspects. We don't have anybody under arrest, and we don't have a motive.
Weather's warming up. I think this will be the theme right through the end of the summer, Dawn. We should track it. We should look at what the shooting volume was from January until daylight savings time and post-daylight savings time. I'd be interested to see if we have an uptick in gun violence. I feel like we do.
I believe, I look at the police data every day, it looks like 74 homicides in Philadelphia, and that's in the official column. Remember, there's that sort of ambiguous column as people dying, and they're not sure if it was homicide, what happened there. So we always talk about that. But they say 74 homicides officially in Philadelphia so far this year, and that is down a little over 21% compared to this day, May 13th, back 1 year ago.
Okay. I would like to just see the total volume of shootings, whether they result in death or not.
Yeah.
Pre-daylight savings time, post-daylight savings time.
Well,
I get the sense they go up. The more daylight there is, the warmer it gets. Just a hunch.
And we have a Philadelphia rapper who adopted the name Voice of the Youth.
Oh, he's my ring. He's the ringtone I have on my phone. Voice of the Youth.
Voice of the Youth.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
Shot and killed in this one in Northeast Philadelphia. So the first shooting I talked about, West Philadelphia. Now I'm taking you to Northeast Philadelphia. And so his name, Kadir Johnson, he was known as LGPQUA, and they have confirmed he was murdered in this shooting. He was the target, and they said that the 30-year-old rapper and a friend were approached by three guys in Juniata Park. And this was, they say, a robbery gone wrong, with one of those robbers shooting the rapper in his chest and killing him.
I figured it was due to an outstanding library book that he didn't return from years ago.
Is this part of the polka group that you were talking about yesterday, Dawn?
Yeah, different polka group.
Different polka group. Yeah, those factions, those differing factions in the polka world are just. It's dangerous. It's dangerous out there to be not part of the in crowd in the polka community.
How did you say he identified LGPUPA? What was that?
Well, that was his his name.
Oh.
His moniker, if you will.
Okay.
So no arrests in that fatal shooting.
Wow. Man.
The LGPUPA, I think that's the rival team of the LGBTQ+.
Jeez.
Yeah, everybody's got letters and symbols next to them now.
Watch out for the classical music group too. They're up
very
and coming.
unhinged group.
They're up and coming, and they are unhinged. So, polka guys, watch out.
Hey, just a heads up, consumer alert. Police in Bucks County are putting out this warning. check your bank accounts after they discovered 2 of those skimming devices found at least one Wawa. So the devices found in the store, this is the one at 3520 Bethlehem Pike. This is Hilltown Township. One device was removed, and then on last Monday, and then another one was just removed this past Sunday. So apparently one was removed, and then another one either turned up or they didn't detect it. So it's not clear who placed the devices there or how long they have been in place. But if you were at that very busy, popular Wawa, then, and you put your PIN number in especially.
Always bypass the PIN. Always bypass the PIN, ladies and gentlemen. There's a consumer.
Hit credit?
Here, no. All you have to do is hit the green button.
Right.
It says enter your PIN, hit the green button, and it'll just automatically go to
it
credit.
runs it as credit as opposed to debit.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a little consumer advice for you, 608. Bypass the PIN.
Yeah.
Some places won't let you, though. I noticed when I was getting gas the other day,
Really?
it would not let me, yeah. I almost wanted to pay cash.
Why did it give
even
you
though I
a
had no cash.
transaction declined if you tried it the other way?
No, I tried to just hit the green button, to bypass it, and wouldn't let me.
Oh.
It said, enter your PIN. So I entered my PIN. Now I probably got skimmed.
I don't know. My Giant just changed up their machines at self-checkout where you put the little debit card into the box. And I had a rhythm, I had a routine, and now they're all new and high-tech, and I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
It's taking way too much time now.
I saw there was a sign on one of the gas pumps that I was at yesterday. It says 10 cents off a gallon if you use cash. I was like,
is that right?
Yeah. I had no cash on me. I was like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what cash feels like anymore. Smells like, looks like. 10 cents off a gallon, huh?
Yeah.
I'll have to run it by the old lady.
She has all the cash, I take it?
Well, I mean, she just doesn't give it to me.
The old lady.
The old lady.
What's wrong with you?
I'm in the same category as my daughters. Make sure everything gets approved first.
I'd like to hear that.
Oh, I bet you would. I bet you would.
So, taking you to New Jersey news. First, this is a man accused of videoing himself of having intimate relations with dogs.
Oh, God. Oh, wow.
Well, I just barely got that coffee down.
I mean, if you're going to do it, at least video it, right?
And had sicko conversations allegedly with an underage boy, distributed allegedly thousands of files containing what's known as child pornography. This is.
I have to tell you, we're gonna play a clip later that Nick found. Sean Ryan interviewed Tim Tebow, and he has a chart that shows everybody in the last 30 days, like these red dots in the last 30 days, who have downloaded or distributed child abuse videos. And it is sickening to see all these red dots. What is happening?
Mm-hmm. Dawn, put your pedophilia hat on for that segment.
This is going to justify everything Dawn Stensland says, where she sees the pedophiles around every corner.
Mm-hmm.
When we play this at 7:45, get over to YouTube. This video is shocking.
Well, should it really surprise any of us if Hollywood is perverted as we all believe, and the Diddy case is going on? Some really gross testimony that came out yesterday. If the most famous visible people are that disturbed and willing to commit disturbed acts, should we be surprised that no-namers and nobodies in the middle of nowhere are doing it?
I guess not.
Right?
I guess not.
And that's the way I look at it.
Yeah. So what's up with this New Jersey guy?
Yeah.
So he's identified by police as 26-year-old Hunter Roy of Mapleshade, under arrest and charged with a slew of charges related to, for example, possession and distribution of these videos that would show child abuse for sexual gratification. That's the name for child pornography, which
firing squad.
We're not supposed to call child pornography.
No.
For obvious reasons, and then the gratification of sexual acts with a Rottweiler dog, as well as another dog. I don't know the other dog, the other dog is a Chihuahua. I don't know what the other dog is, but a Rottweiler and a little dog.
Were they male or female dogs?
I don't know.
How did they align politically?
Oh, my goodness. Poor doggies.
Rottweilers aren't...
No, I was going to say.
That's not the dog you want to mess with, man. My buddy Barry just bought a female Rottweiler. She's 6 months old. She's already 65 pounds.
Your buddy Barry is texting you, yo, in the middle of that story.
Yeah, please don't throw my name in with this. Yeah.
My name is Lou.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
this is I really believe that if we had stiffer penalties for this type of stuff, I don't mean the dog thing. I mean that's just depraved. But the child stuff, like castration, like in front of in a pay-per-view or something like that.
Sadly, I don't think it would change much.
You don't?
No. I mean, all the penitentiaries, all the prisons, and everything that we have in place.
What if we took them out in the town square, charged some money, all the money went to like abuse victims, and just watch them be castrated? You know what I mean? And
somebody would be offended by it,
and then we can all laugh at the size of their member.
Well, your head's in the gutter today.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. It's if we had stiffer penalties, maybe these creeps would think twice about it.
Oh, I'd like to think you're right, but I don't know.
Castration in the public square.
Not great news for Philadelphia. MLB, the final score 3-2. We lost to the Cardinals.
Dun, dun, dun. Cardinals are a good team, and they came in here hot.
Yeah, you were saying that yesterday.
Yeah.
So today, facing the Cardinals, 6:45 this afternoon. You already mentioned it, but of course, one of the big stories, DJT endorsing former Assemblyman and businessman Jack Ciattarelli.
Yes.
What do you guys think about him throwing his hat in the ring for primary? Shouldn't he have let the primary play out a little bit?
I will reserve judgment for the 6:50 block today on the show sheet, sir.
Oh, for God's sake.
Got it all lined up in there. We're going to spend a good 6-7 minutes
I'm giving the people at 6:15 something to listen to.
How about we talk
Christ almighty.
How about we talk about the fact that the Sixers had a great chance to get the first overall pick, and a team with a 1% chance got the first pick?
Yeah, but the lottery balls did blow in our favor, didn't they?
Bill, we got the third pick, so they'll just waste it anyway.
Okay.
Like Bill Spadia trying to run for governor. A waste of time. Guy had like a 12% chance, and now it's down to 1.2.
I didn't think that I didn't think anybody. I mean, if you believe the polls, to me, Jack Ciattarelli was the clear front runner.
Yeah, he's got a better chance to be the Republican nominee than Mikey Sherrill does, the Democrat, based on the odds that are out there.
I thought we didn't believe polls, guys.
That's true.
Oh, it's just not even
That's
close.
true.
Sometimes you don't even need to look at a poll. You just know.
All right.
Don't push the poll.
I read something in njbiz.com that 68% of those polled, it was just over 1,000 people, had no idea who Bill Spadia was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you win when almost 7 out of 10 polled voters don't even know you?
See?
Right?
True. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. I mean, I think they know Jack because he was, what did he lose the first time around, by 3 points?
Yeah, he almost won.
What does that say about Spadia's low-energy radio show? If nobody knows who he is.
Oh.
Is he going to go back to that? He's touting the fact he has 1 million listeners. Can you believe that?
I figured you were going to add him to the weekend lineup after his loss. But
1 million listeners. Okay. Yeah.
Greg is feisty this morning.
Yeah, you know. I didn't get a lot of sleep, so I'm shot out of a cannon.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure the YouTube chat adores it.
1 million listeners.
So we are sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union, buying a
10
home
of his best friends.
with the MyCU Home Connection Program through American Heritage Credit Union. You can unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, and discounts.
Sunday night's open, Bill. If you want to end Sunday night.
Oh, my God. Let her finish her read.
8 to 10.
Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection, insured by NCUA. Not a member? No problem. Join today. NMLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring our news. 66 degrees, light rain. Not a pretty day weather-wise, Nick Kayal.
You're correct, Dawn. It's 63 degrees right now in Philadelphia with some light rain. A little spattering of showers, if you will. Going up to only 68 today, so we're almost at the high. Showers are a formality today throughout the afternoon into the evening. And then we start to dry out as we get closer to the weekend. And Philly weather is brought to you by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtrule.com. Hey, maybe Stocker, since we're on the Bill Spadia kick, maybe Bill Spadia can do all these reads for us. It's not going to have a lot of time.
Bill Spadia and Barry Sable every morning, Sunday mornings at 10 a.m.
Yeah. I mean, if Jimmy Kelly ever has enough one day and decides to quit, I think Bill would be perfect for the movie clip at 9:50.
There's a best of. There's a best of on Saturday that he can run.
Wow.
He can introduce it. This is what a real morning show sounds like. Take a listen. And then he can go.
Do I have time for the big take, or are we got to get on the other side?
We have to get on
All right. Side. Big take is coming up next. It was Donald Trump's almost perfect day. Greg will continue to do his own show on Bill's radio.
Sorry about that. I'm doing my own show over here.
And we'll continue as we work our way to the cut sheet on Kayal and Company. Big take coming up next. Stay right there.
Something amazing is happening in meteorology. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure to pre-configured Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights to run more accurate forecast models. So it's almost like they're controlling the weather themselves. Lenovo and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Lenovo Client.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Oh yeah, it's Kayal and Company, 6:23, live on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. We have a great variety of stories that we are going to talk about today and show other morning show hosts out there how morning radio is done by being unpredictable and also entertaining, while simultaneously being our authentic selves. Stocker will jump in maybe in the middle of the big take to talk about Bill Spadia. I'll just step aside. Oh, God, I love today's topics. I'm going to quit bloviating. Let's get down to business so we can stay on track, because I want to get through all of these before the Tuesday edition of the Cut Sheet, which is coming up at 7:45. Right now it's 6:25, and it's time for a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, let's get down to business. The Big Take, Trump's almost perfect day. I would argue that Monday, May 12th, 2025, Donald Trump had a near flawless day, from trade and tariff news with China to attacking big pharma and drug costs to putting out campaign promises that he campaigned on for his big, beautiful bill to help the working class. I was very happy with the news that came down yesterday, until the news came down that I didn't like, pertaining to South Africa. We will get to that story on the back half of the Big Take. But let's begin with CNBC and their business news reporter, Juliana Tattlebaum, detailing the timeline and the effort that went into a Mother's Day weekend American victory. Listen and watch this.
Here in Geneva, we witnessed marathon talks over the last 2 days, 8 hours of discussions on Saturday, several hours more yesterday, and they've yielded a major breakthrough. As you noted, we've seen the U.S. and China now agree to slash tariffs for 90 days. So both sides have agreed to cut tariffs by 115%. In terms of China's tariffs on U.S. goods, it's now going to come down to 10%. The U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods going to drop from 145% to 30%, because you've still got some levies on fentanyl in there. During the 90 days, the Trump administration, Secretary Scott Bessent, saying the two sides will negotiate. The U.S. will continue moving toward a more balanced trading relationship.
Another great deal for America. All of you small package shoppers out there that have things dropped off on your front porch, well, tariff rates on small packages from China will be cut in half, though a flat fee option will not change, the White House said on Monday. Trump previously ended a loophole that allowed low-value goods into the country tariff-free. The rate reversal will ease price pressures on customers of Chinese retailer Temu. Raise your hand if you've used Temu before. And even CNN was complimentary of Trump. Headline, how Trump managed to get his much-needed China trade victory. They write, quote, President Donald Trump's shock and awe tariff approach threatened to rupture the global financial system and drive the U.S. economy into recession. However, nervous about the prospect of empty store shelves and reignited inflation, Trump sent in his even-keeled and professional negotiators to Geneva to snag a win. The unexpectedly dramatic de-escalation with China laid the groundwork for a growing series of trade negotiations that may produce a handful of rapid-fire, if less than fulsome, bilateral agreements to reduce U.S. trade deficits, end quote. The final element of victory was an unexpected one when it pertains to trade and China. Here is the brilliant Scott Bessent and what made him very happy. Listen and watch.
This does not include any sector-specific tariffs that have been put across all of our trading partners. And as the ambassador said, I think he would agree with me that the upside surprise for me from this weekend was the level of Chinese engagement on the fentanyl crisis in the United States. They brought the Deputy Minister for Public Safety, who is not traditionally part of the trade team or the negotiating team, and he had a very robust and highly detailed discussion.
This could be the biggest victory for Donald Trump when it pertains to young people, even those not even eligible to vote right now in America, in his presidential legacy. Fentanyl alone in 2024 killed more Americans last year than all terrorism attacks combined in the last 25 years globally. It is a stone cold killer. China makes it, then it comes up through our now closed southern border and kills countless, sometimes unexpected Americans every single year. Major win for safety in this country. Next up, Big Pharma. Axios with this headline: Trump signs executive order aimed at cutting prescription drug costs by 80%. They write, Trump's executive order directed Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to facilitate direct-to-consumer purchasing programs for manufacturers to sell pharmaceutical products to U.S. patients at, quote, the most favored nation price. Trump said it will happen almost immediately, low end 30%, high end 80%. And Bobby Kennedy has been fighting against big food and big pharma his entire professional life. That's why he was brought aboard. That's where MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, comes from. And he knows the battles that need to be waged. And he's had some victories here in the first 4.5 months of 47's administration. But this statement from Bobby is probably one of the strongest endorsements you will ever hear. Take a listen and watch what he had to say about Trump and cutting drug costs. Listen and watch this.
But he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage, I'll say, because I don't want to be crude, your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies.
It's just amazing. We are 4% of the global population, yet we contribute to 75% of Big Pharma's revenue. I'm sure Bernie and AOC loved the oligarchy dig there by Bobby as well. Finally, on the things that I love from Trump's big day, delivering on campaign promises for the working class. The following has been confirmed to be in Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. They include no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, tax relief for seniors with the ability to deduct an additional $4,000, no tax on auto loan interest, and also the expansion of 529 savings accounts for parents with kids K through 12. Sign me up for that. Lastly, we get to the news that I don't like. Trump letting South Africans who happen to be, quote, white into America as refugees. Yes, the same country that Elon Musk is from. And in my opinion, yes, this is hypocrisy. Here's my stance on this. I am more of a America First populist than anything else, more so than a conservative, more so than a moderate, more so than a Republican, more so than MAGA, more so than registered with the GOP. Whether it's foreign aid to Ukraine, illegals from South America, Asia, the Middle East, you name it, or even white people that are farmers from South Africa, doesn't matter to me if it's Biden or Trump. I am about taking care of legal citizens of the United States of America first and foremost. Those who work here, those who pay taxes here, those who contribute here. I'm not interested in saving other nations' populations when we have veterans that are homeless, that fought for our freedoms and liberties, who get discarded to the streets upon returning from combat, used up and spit out like a washed-up running back in the National Football League. Did you know that on any given night, we have roughly 50,000 veterans on a daily basis that are homeless? That can be fixed like that by just one billionaire, one multimillionaire. 50,000 people could be gone just like that if we wanted to do it. America first, in my opinion, means just that. America first. No exceptions. No twisting yourself in a political pretzel of logic. Because now we ask the same question. For those of us with brains, and as Bobby said, a stiff spine, where do we draw the line? Isn't China murdering Muslims in their country? Do we take them on? Isn't Gaza a disaster? We don't want Gaza refugees. Hell, the Middle East doesn't even want them. Every Middle Eastern nation says no thank you to the Gaza refugees. Until our streets and our people are 100% good in this country, I am 100% out on free handouts. Plenty of commentary and clips coming up on the cut sheet pertaining to this story. But if you didn't know my stance, now you do, and I'll give more of it at 7:45. But make no mistake about it, I thought Trump had a great day yesterday. I think he nailed 4 out of 5 things. And so far, to date, my complaints in 5 months, 1 or 2 cabinet members, a plane from the Saudis, and the South African refugees. Feels like he's just helping out his buddy Elon Musk. But you know what? I can live with that because he's delivering on what he said he would do. And in about 5 months, he's moving at warp speed. So again, I can live with that, and I'm sure you can too. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, the YouTube chat. That is where you sound off with some of your best comments, usually the Scud missiles that go right towards Stalker. We like that. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. All right, Dawn. Trade, drug costs coming through with promises in his big, beautiful bill. And then also the South African refugee story. Your thoughts on everything that we just discussed?
Yeah, my surprise out of anything was, and obviously this is, both sides decided that this was not good for China or the U.S. or the global economy. So I think the big winner was the global economy and all of us, the markets. We saw skyrocketing yesterday and maybe pushing the reset button there. But the one I was surprised by was that the White House did agree to cut those so-called de minimis tariffs on China shipments. So this was to 54%. And so that's the deal for 90 days. So that's Shine, Temu that I talk about all the time. I was a little surprised by that one. But, to me, I just think that they realized that this is such a hot issue that just the discussion, if they could just get it off the headline and move on and then sit at a negotiating table this summer and figure things out, it's better for everybody.
I agree. Let me point out one thing I really liked, and then I want to get into this South African refugee story. I know we have like 6 or 7 clips for the cut sheet, so I don't want to completely spill the bucket here for 7:45. But the one thing I really like is as far as the coming through on campaign promises, and I don't work in this industry, but I have a ton of respect for those who do. A lot of times we talk about the tipping culture in the world that we live in. And, I'm always the fiscally conservative financial curmudgeon on this show. I don't believe in giving 20% if your service sucked. But I do love the fact that these people that live in the tip industry that make their money that way are fast tracking towards the ability not to be taxed on those income streams, because this is going to be in the final edition of the big, beautiful bill. I think it's going to pass. I think it's going to get signed into law. And I got to tell you, I think if you think about what people, and I've never worked in the tip industry. I know, Dawn, you were a waitress. Greg, you delivered pizza. But how much of a game changer is that for those that live off of tips? And I understand that, like,
it's huge.
Some people underreport their tips, and I don't
It's
begrudge
huge.
people that do. But that
It's
is an
everything.
absolute game changer, right?
100% it is.
I mean, are we going to see an uptick in the service industry if you know you're not going to be taxed for that?
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
I mean, I could see people foregoing college for God's sakes.
Yep.
If you're a social butterfly and you like to hustle and move around and you get in at a really good place, and I'm not talking about a local wings and burger spot, but a higher end place,
you can make it.
You might make six figures.
You could easily make six figures.
Holy smokes.
Yep.
That is a game changer.
If you're willing to work hard.
Yes, if you're willing to work hard. And I would love to know what the ripple effect is for what people, if you're oblivious to politics and then all of a sudden you see, oh, this Republican named Donald Trump did this. Okay, I was doing this as a college side hustle, but you know what? Instead of going into debt even further and maybe making less than I would after paying taxes for tips, I might do this for a career. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it because I hate people, but God bless you if you could. So I thought that was interesting.
A lot of people who have never if you've never been a server, what a lot of people don't realize is that when you get that bill at the end of the night, all the one server, they add up all of your receipts. In other words, every table that you waited on, all the booze, all the food, all the desserts, all of that.
Yep.
They add that up, and then depending on usually it's the state, but usually it's at least 6% that you get taxed on that amount.
Mm-hmm.
So you automatically, off the top, you as the server, you pay a minimum amount of taxes on there.
Yeah.
And so the other day I had this discussion with my husband because I was like, okay, well, they're going to get taxed on this and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, it doesn't. And I was like, no, it really does matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So no matter what, you're getting taxed on a base amount. And then some places assume that you make at least like 10% or 12%.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe you had a bad night or whatever. Or maybe it's one of those places where they take all the tips and they pool them and then they share them.
Yep.
So it's really not worth it in some places to be a server.
That shared pool thing is nonsense, by the way. I hate that idea.
It's socialism.
This is it is.
Yeah.
But this is a game changer for people.
Yes,
And it infuses
yes,
cash.
and no. Let me tell you,
Okay.
because I'm very, very pro no tax on tips. However, there are loopholes in this for billionaires and millionaires who get quote unquote bonuses.
Okay.
Because what they can do if they have smart lawyers and smart
accountants,
financial people. Yeah, accountants. That's the word I was looking for. Is that they could claim their bonuses as tips. And then they don't have to pay taxes on it. So there are loopholes on it as far as
the wealthy taking advantage.
The very wealthy taking advantage of it. So you have to be careful with this because there's a lot of people that are going to game the system.
Interesting. Yeah.
And
smart people always staying one step ahead.
And that's revenue. And look, if the bonus thing is crazy anyway. The amount they tax that.
Mm-hmm.
But to the millionaires and billionaires, the fact that they're getting taxed on that means that money is going to other things.
And by the way, too, did you see? And I don't know if this kind of went under the radar. I think it was late last week into the weekend that Trump had kind of hinted at raising taxes for the rich just a tick. I believe was his post on Truth Social. I got to tell you, I really hate that. I do. And I'm not one of these, rich individuals. I'm not rich by any stretch, so don't get it twisted. I'm not complaining as if it's going to really affect my life. But I hate the fact that somebody, because they achieved all the status they have in this life through capitalism, hard work, merit, and talent, could be getting taxed at 37 or 39%, 40%, whatever the highest earners are, short of like professional athletes that lose 45, 48% of their salary. I hate the fact that we're going to tax those people even more. I don't know. Have you guys ever had this conversation about the flat tax rate? I know that's kind of like a point of contention for a lot of people.
There should be a flat tax.
I am totally on board with that.
There 100%
I
should
would
be a
love
flat
a
tax.
flat percentage for everybody.
Yes. Yeah, but then it would
And I'm not pandering to the elites out there by any stretch.
It would put the accountants out of business.
Not just the accountants. I mean, think about all the government workers. We've talked about Doge.
Yeah.
Think about the IRS.
Yes. Yeah, we 1,000,000% should have a flat tax, but I doubt it'll ever happen.
Yeah, I agree.
My understanding on that, if I can just say, I thought that they were talking about cash tips.
Cash tips.
To Greg's point about bonuses.
Oh, in the bill?
I thought that it was specifically cash.
No.
Yeah.
No, I think there's a lot of loopholes in this. If you really,
Well, your bonuses come
it.
via your paycheck, right?
Some of them do. Yeah.
How many people get $9 million cash? But hey, look, that's why all this has to go. It'll go through Congress, and they can talk about it.
Agreed. 855-839-1210. Let's get local for the next 40 minutes or so. We're going to get to Upper Darby. We're going to get to White Marsh Township. But I want to wrap up the hour next, the 6 o'clock hour that is, with a little New Jersey discussion. Jack Chitterelli, Bill Spadia, and the Trump endorsement that likely ended the Republican primary.
Likely.
Back after this. Stay right there.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Goods Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite stations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Sloppy Chris Christie. To New Jersey we go on a Tuesday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. Phil and Jimmy here as well. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Get us on X as well at 1210 WPHT.
By the way, can I just say something real fast? I really have nothing against Bill Spadia. I just kid, and he may have made a fine candidate for governor. It's not about that. It's just you come in my space.
Come into that radio realm.
Morning radio. You're my enemy.
In your space.
You want to kill everybody.
Yeah, I don't care if I worked with you for 10 years. You know who you are. If you're in my time slot, you're my enemy. Thank you.
I like it. A professional savage.
That's right.
Yes.
I have nothing against any of these guys personally. I like them. I'll break bread with them. But, I will I will put you down if you come in my spot. Damn, sorry.
Oh, I love it. So let me give you some context of what happened here. I actually was getting some tweets and some texts and some DMs. One of my old-time sports listeners, Patricia Perks, sends me a DM. Is Spadia done? I missed the beginning of the show. I just got into my car. I said, hold on, we'll get back to it. So for those that are unaware, Bill Spadia, Jack Ciattarelli, probably the top two guys as far as the Republican primary for governor in New Jersey. I've got some numbers here, but it's basically ball game. I would have had, if I thought about this morning. I was in here super early, by the way. I was up 20 minutes before my alarm got off. So I rolled in here at like 4:58. Phil Lomquist was like, what the hell are you doing here so early? Is that I couldn't sleep. So I had Jack probably as about a 4-1 favorite, and that was being generous to Bill Spadia. Predictit.org had Jack Ciattarelli pre-Trump endorsement, which is the news. Trump endorsed Jack Ciattarelli. I'll give you his post on Truth in a moment. But Jack Ciattarelli, prior to that endorsement, according to Predictit.org, had a 93% chance to win the Republican primary. By contrast, Mikey Sherrill has a 58% chance to win the Democrat primary. Now, according to NJBiz.com, within their respective primaries, 42% of those polled were going to vote for Jack Ciattarelli, to 12% for Bill Spadia. So there you kind of understand the two different percentages from a polling standpoint and an odds standpoint. And then also from NJBiz.com, Mikey Sherrill, 17% chance to win the Democrat primary. Steve Fulop, 12%. Sean Spiller, 10%. So but based on both metrics, it looks like the Democrat side is a little tighter, whereas it was pretty much Jack Ciattarelli in a landslide over Bill Spadia. I think it would be a formality now. Trump says Jack Ciattarelli, this was on Truth last night, is a terrific America First candidate running to be the next governor of a state that I love, New Jersey. Jack, who after getting to know and understand MAGA has gone all in and is now 100% plush. He is strongly supported by the most highly respected leaders in New Jersey. And as your next governor, Jack Ciattarelli will work closely with me and the Trump administration to advance our America First agenda. There's about another paragraph of text from Trump, but I'll just wrap up for the sake of time here. He says, Jack Ciattarelli is a winner, and he has my complete and total endorsement. He will not let you down, make America great again, and elect Jack Ciattarelli. I had the opportunity to go out and meet him on the Saturday in November before the general election on Tuesday, November 5th. Fine time. But again, I will say this. I'm not a Jersey resident. I don't have a say in it. I can't vote. Obviously not eligible. If I was a Jersey resident, I would vote in the primary, probably would select Jack Ciattarelli. And even if Ciattarelli were to lose, I would still root for Bill Spadia over the governor. I'm going to be over the Democrat. I'm going to be rooting for New Jersey to go red. Scott Pressler has invested a ton of time, and I'll be consistent with this. I think Jersey has a better chance of going red than New York ever did. I thought that was laughable last fall that people tried to argue New York was in play for Trump. It's not. I don't ever see New York going red, as sad as that may sound. It should, but it won't. But I would say that this is basically a coin flip. I would argue that this is literally a 50-50 race between presumably Jack Ciattarelli and presumably Mikey Sherrill. Dawn, I know you've talked about, some of the strengths that maybe she provides and poses as a less than, I would say she's not an insane Democrat by any stretch. What do you think about this? Do you think the Trump endorsement not only carries Jack to the primary, but also to winning the race? What do you think of this?
I think, as far as the Democrats, I think you cannot rule out on the Democrat side Steve Sweeney. Because remember, he's somebody, he used to appear on Fox News. So even though he's a Democrat, he's a household name in New Jersey. He's somebody as a union guy, a dad. And the whole reason that he got into politics in the first place is that because he and his wife, their youngest daughter, has developmental disabilities, Down syndrome, etc. And so because of educational services and that sort of thing, that was what activated actually his political involvement, because he started at the school board level, like a lot of people, worked his way up. So I think, for Steve Sweeney, you cannot rule him out as on the Democrat side as somebody who is very likable, viewed as very moderate, definitely viewed as a parental rights kind of guy. And so, he was somebody who battled with obviously Phil Murphy, and as on the and they're all Democrats, but I would say you also have Josh Gottheimer spending a lot of money on advertisement. You had Ross Baracco, who I don't think has a chance.
No.
You know what?
He just got arrested.
Well, that's why he got arrested. He wanted all that free publicity. So, and Steve Follett. But to me, I think the one to watch that's interesting within that is Steve Sweeney.
Okay.
And so, but I've said it before, I'll say it again. Mikey Sherrill, if you could create an AI candidate as somebody who is, she's a mom, she has a bunch of kids, but she also has a military background and a chopper pilot in the military. You know what I mean? And she's very likable. And so people often will think of somebody like John Fetterman, very progressive when he ran, but people liked him. He had that likability, that authenticity.
Yeah.
So I think as far as those two candidates, as far as if you say authenticity, I would say Mikey Sherrill number one. But Steve Sweeney, don't rule him out.
He's a
tough, you know what I mean? He's been in this game, long-time senator, and don't rule him out.
Here's the percentages to the names that you mentioned attached to that. Mikey Sherrill, 17%, Steve Fulop, 12%, Spiller, 10%, Gottheimer, 9%, Baraka, 9%, Sweeney, 7%, and 4% prefer none of the candidates listed.
I think that, and I'm going to kind of echo what our buddy Chris Eppolito says here on the YouTube chat, is that I don't think Trump should have endorsed before the primary. I think that he should have waited, and I think that once Chitterelli won the nomination, if he was going to win the nomination, then he should have put his full support behind Chitterelli, done rallies with him, because we know that Trump is popular in New Jersey. He got the most Republican votes, for president. I don't know if ever, but in a long time. I just think that doing this and putting your thumb on the scale of this in the primary was not a good move.
Even though it was probably a formality anyway to begin with.
I mean, you say that, but then I don't understand news people. Okay. Is that everybody is always like, polls are wrong, polls are wrong, polls are wrong. Well, the polls say that Jack Chitterelli is running away with this. Okay, so what is it? Are polls wrong, or was Chitterelli running away?
No, I just always try to gauge it based on what my gut is telling me. This felt like this was never going to be a contest to begin with.
I'm also going to say I'm going to be the complete turd in the punch bowl at 6:40. At 6:54. A New Jersey Republican running is a lot different than Donald Trump running.
Oh, agreed.
So the fact that Trump did very, very well in New Jersey, I don't think says that Jack Chitterelli is going to be the next governor.
Oh,
I
totally agree with that. I mean, you just go to Lancaster when we had the district, special election. Trump won it by 15, and then a Democrat wins it a few months later. Just because he's got the endorsement does not get, and that's not a slight against Trump with the power of the magical pixie dust upon the blessing of the endorsement. But we've seen voter turnout a lot different than when Trump's not on the ballot, right?
Yeah.
I would like to think, with all the people that text me from New Jersey about showing up for this and promoting that, and can you swing by here? I hope Jersey better not just sit home and let Mikey Sherrill win by default. I hope that's not going to be the case.
I believe that it is. We're still, there's still a lot of time, but I believe that this year, because it's always like elections are always cyclical. Like it's a reaction to what's happened over the last couple of months.
Sure.
I still think that New Jersey is going to ride the anti-Trump wave, and I don't think it's even going to be close, to be honest with you.
You think Jack loses by a larger margin this time than the first time?
I do. There's not a lot of passion behind Jack Chitterelli.
Okay.
There's just not.
Well, okay.
I mean, that could change.
Okay.
That could absolutely change.
Wait,
but right now.
A couple of things that I will say to you. Number one, what are the big issues in New Jersey? So I want you to think about what happened yesterday in North Jersey when Adon Alexander, his family, he graduated high school, grew up in New Jersey, Jewish community. Think about the Jewish vote and how in the past election it turned for voting are for Trump. I mean, there are people I know who have said, I can't believe I voted for Trump. But you know what? He's going to protect the Jews. He's going to protect my kids at college. And it's all about my kids.
Yep.
So if you think about the Jewish vote, Jack Ciattarelli was talking about Adon Alexander's return yesterday. The Jewish vote is in play in New Jersey as it is around the nation, number one. Number two, parental rights in New Jersey. Look at what happened among the strictest shutdowns in the schools. Nobody has forgotten that. And right now as we speak, there are still battles in those school districts over ridiculous stuff that defy parental rights. Huge issue. Girls in sports, protecting girls and women in sports. It's one of those issues, I'm telling you, here in Pennsylvania, it was an issue that kind of goes under the radar a little bit. Riley Gaines was here, Paula Scanlon. We did all those events together, Montgomery County, Bucks County, etc. That's a huge issue in New Jersey. Who is front and center in New Jersey? We talk about Scott Pressler, but also Paula Scanlon and many of those same people, girls in sports, protecting women and girls in sports. These are all some issues that maybe don't make the national headlines as much.
You put way too much faith in that. They don't win elections, Dawn. They don't win elections.
This is what gets parents out to vote, Greg.
It makes sense. It makes sense to me.
Also, people are PO'd about all the turbine stuff. Look at the electricity bills and the power bills in New Jersey are through the roof.
The economy. Paula Scanlon and Riley Gaines and that stuff is not getting people out to vote. The economy is. The end. You know what I mean? So yes.
Every little bit counts.
The 20% increase
to me, Jack Ciattarelli wins every one of those issues that we've talked about.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to sell me or this audience on that. We realize that, but do the masses? That's my question. Statewide, South Philly, North Jersey, Central Jersey. Where is Central Jersey? What's the line of Central Jersey? I think it comes down to immigration and the economy.
All right, we really have to break.
By the way, real quick, can we find out how many sanctuary cities New Jersey has? I think that's going to be a big issue.
All of them.
Every single one?
All of New Jersey is a sanctuary state, New Jersey.
Oh, I would
sanctuary state.
I hope the Republican ends that.
New Jersey.
Kayal and Company, Dawn's got news to kick off hour number 2, and then we stay local, except we come across the Delaware to the burbs of Philadelphia. Stay right there.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 7:04, hour number 2. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. What a glorious night it was last night. Went to my daughter's 5th grade spring chorus and choir concert band show production thingamabobber, where, you know, they put on all their little production with all their strings and their tubas and everything. You know, all this stuff you got to hear up in the bedroom when the door's closed all year long. And then the payoff comes last night. Mother-in-law comes walking in. She didn't talk about Trump and tariffs. She didn't come in and talk about the reduction in drug costs. None of that. She goes, "Did you see what he did with that jet from the Saudis?" I said, "Judy, we're at a 5th grade concert. Can you just, if you're going to bring it up, can you at least talk about some of the victories first before you get to the talking points?"
Sorry, ma'am. This is a Wendy's.
This is a Wendy's here. And she comes in, too. She sits down. She's super loud, right? Just like you would predict and expect, right? You can just see it, right?
What are you doing,
I've got some 75-year-olds in front of me. I've got parents behind me. I've got nieces. I've got nephews. I got this one guy with Brute or Old Spice aftershave on. He's choking my throat. Another lady down here, she's got perfume on. There were a lot of things to break down last night, but I was like, you want to pipe down? You're in MAGA country. She goes, "Oh, am I really?" I go, "No." Like Bluebell's like 65-35 liberal. You're fine. They're probably nodding along in agreement with you. Now stop it and watch the violin. My daughter out there like she's in the Music City Symphony Hall at Radio Hall, just doing the whole bit. Proud dad moment. By the way, they played Eye of the Tiger last night.
Oh, my gosh.
And Fly, Eagles Fly.
Wow.
I thought I was at a pep
adorable.
rally. I was in my element. All right, let's get down to the business that matters here. 7:05, round number 2 of the news, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, good morning, Kayal Company News Live. This dreary, raw, rainy, 60-ish degree morning with light rain still drizzling down. We are sponsored in Kayal Company News Live, sponsored by Kitchen Magic, hoping to brighten your morning. So as we look at the news, we're learning some new details from police and from those real-time crime cameras. A major shootout or a shooting in West Philadelphia. 2 guys just opening fire, getting out of an SUV, firing more than 30 shots at a target, at a young man in his 20s, just missing a woman. So these bullets whizzing by her as she had pulled up in her vehicle moments before that gunfire had began. So it's a busy area. This is right near 60th Street Station, Market Street near 59th Street, just after 11:30 in the evening last night. So this investigation took place well into the wee hours of this morning. According to police, they found this guy bleeding on the sidewalk from multiple gunshot wounds all over his torso, his back, his legs, his arms. He appeared, like I say, in his mid-20s, rushed to the hospital. Believe it or not, they were able to save him. He's in critical condition as I speak. I don't know if they've stabilized his condition, but he's been in surgery this morning. Police say they did find evidence when we talk about the 30 shots and that scene. At least 2 separate semi-automatic guns were used in this shooting. Real-time crime cameras showing 2 people, believed to be men, getting out of that light-colored or white SUV, possibly a Nissan, and then firing toward the victim.
So the description on the shooters is just men, right?
That's it.
Okay, just curious of how detailed
men.
But it's a white Nissan.
Just curious how detailed the description of the men. Okay.
Identities matter until they don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't you get that memo?
No.
Yeah, no. We're so consumed with identity. But when it comes to stuff like this, it's like, well, it was a man.
Yeah. I know every broad. I know every broad's pronouns, but I can't get the identity of a guy that pumped out 30 rounds. Okay.
I have a thought, but you know.
You do.
Well, I'm just. Okay, I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that they singled out Nissan.
Yeah.
I test drove the Nissan Frontier before I chose the Honda Ridgeline, and it had nothing to do with car identity politics.
See?
I just chose the Ridgeline over the Frontier, just a little smoother for my liking. Both available at Piazza Auto Group, by the way.
And as far as that goes, we don't know, for example, are they looking at the possibility that the vehicle used by the 2 gunmen who opened fire, is it possible that that light-colored or white Nissan is a stolen vehicle? That's always the possibility,
For
right?
sure, yeah.
And oftentimes they'll use that.
Yeah, it's always the vehicle that is definitely stolen, and it's probably at some chop shop right now being cut up for parts that we'll never find. But the description of the human that did this,
right,
I think would be helpful.
Probably,
but
well, helpful. I mean, I'm sure they know and they conceal that identity, and they know the identity behind closed doors. Just can't put that out into the media.
Of course not.
Right.
Of course not.
By the way, what was the phrase for jacking a car back in the day? Was it hot wire? Is that what they called it? Hot wiring it? You would think, I'm assuming if hot wiring is still the terminology, I don't know if it is, but you would think by 2025 that maybe these vehicles with technology would be a little more difficult to hot wire, presumably.
Yeah. I feel like it's always been carjacking.
Oh, well, that's the act of it, but I think like when you take the wires underneath the dash and you start up the vehicle, I think that was always called hot wiring.
Sure.
Back in the day. Yeah. I don't know.
We have, remember yesterday I had reported that deadly New Jersey home explosion. This is South Jersey. And that we knew that 2 people in the Washington Township, New Jersey home were killed. It appeared initially, people thought that situation might be some sort of an explosion, maybe a gas fire, something of that nature. Now, there is a change in this, that the investigators believe, and officials in Gloucester County say, that this is actually a criminal probe because this was an intense fire. Neighbors called it a loud explosion. They now believe that this was no accident.
Arson?
This was, they say that this was, in other words, this deadly fire was a criminal act.
Okay, intentional.
Do we have a description of that person?
No. The fire is orange with shades of red and yellow.
So this was Gloucester County Fire Marshal's office work. So, I mean, the firefighters, the neighbors are all calling 911. They hear this huge explosion, a very intense, fast-moving fire. And then as we told you, tragically, 2 people found dead inside the home, carried out in body bags. Autopsy results are not yet available, and nor are they officially releasing the identities of those 2 individuals found in the property. But neighbors are identifying, saying that there is a man and a woman, but this is now a highly suspicious situation.
Okay.
So, so looking at everybody's Ring doorbells, full investigation, but that this is a quote-unquote criminal act.
Okay.
So just wanted to update you on that one.
Steve Pacraduni, by the way, Jack Chittarelli's right-hand man, says, you are correct, Nick, on hot wiring. That is still the terminology. Not that.
Well, it's two different things. Hot wiring is when you steal somebody's car who's not in it.
Right. Carjacking.
Carjacking is when you physically steal some,
Right. Like Stalker would do to some 19-year-old, throw him out of the front seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to think that our carjackers here in Philadelphia, the majority of them, are actually too lazy or too uneducated to even bother with the hot wiring situation.
Yeah.
That would be impressive to me.
Right.
I think it's more if somebody left their car running or the keys in it and they just stole the vehicle.
Right. And we've established that Dawn's the only one on the show that does not leave her car running, right?
Never.
You turn it
Never.
off, lock it up.
Never.
Not me. I just, leave it just running at the gas pump, run in for a Gatorade.
That's great
Don't
to
do
announce. That's great to announce here.
Yeah, shouldn't do it. Unless the only instance that you could get away with it is if your big dog was in the Honda Ridgeline.
Well, that's true.
But I would still lock it from the inside and go out another door.
That's right.
But if your dog is in that vehicle, nobody's going to mess with your vehicle.
I have a vicious Labrador. Enter at your own risk.
Who he doesn't always clean up after.
No, he doesn't.
Nope. Hideous.
So warnings from this is a big one because police in Bucks County warning you, check your bank account if you went to the Wawa for gas or groceries. The very busy Wawa. This is 3520 Bethlehem Pike. This is Hilltown Township. So two different devices that were skimming devices that were found at least one Wawa. So I guess now part of the investigation is they always do this. They're looking at all the Wawas. They don't know who did this, but they're saying that this was there at least a week or two. So you want to check your bank device, especially if you entered your PIN code.
Do we know if these are occurring at the gas pumps or at the ATM on the inside or the debit, the transaction checkout counter inside? Is that an internal? I would imagine that with the cameras inside, and I'm assuming the gas areas, like the big Wawas that have, 7-8 different gas pumps, they're all monitored with surveillance above as well, right?
The police report says the devices were found in the inside the store.
Wow. Maybe inside job by an employee?
So how easy is it to put the skimmer?
Yeah. How much time does it take to set that up where nobody notices you doing it?
Have you seen some of those Wawa workers?
That's not nice.
Stalker's just got his blowtorch out today. Did you borrow that from Opelka?
Have it taken, don't suck.
Well, that's the motto of the show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So many of our local news stations are remembering 40 years ago today, 1985, the MOVE bombing.
Yes.
The event that changed Philadelphia forever. That's
Yep.
how they're describing it. The MOVE bombing that happened in the city's history 40 years ago. So you'll see those commemorations going on. So we have that going on in Philadelphia. Just a warning to you. They're calling it the 40th anniversary. I always think they should just say commemoration.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like that word anniversary for
that's like
negative.
Well, I mean, so that's like your wedding anniversary,
Right.
right?
Yeah, I
So
commemorate that every year as well. It's coming up in November. It's 23 years.
Congratulations.
Well, not marriage, but, tied up.
Tied up. Tied down.
Sometimes getting tied up is fun.
Oh,
but,
my Lord.
Not in this
Oh,
context.
my Lord.
He's not. He was never tied up.
No.
He was tied down, ladies and gentlemen. So we will, and I did mention earlier today, we had talked a lot about Trump's tariffs, that announcement, pharmaceuticals, and of course, technically a local story, as hundreds gathered right before sunrise yesterday morning. Were there all day to watch and then celebrate the hostage release of Adon Alexander in North Jersey.
That was great. I mean, the
Oh,
fact
my
that
goodness.
all the hostages are home now, right?
American-wise.
American.
Okay.
But what Trump revealed in that news conference yesterday mid-morning was because they thought, so 59 total, out of them, we've been reporting 24, including Adon, still alive. Then Trump said in his news conference at one point yesterday mid-morning that after Adon is released, there are only 20 alive.
Wow. You know what I found interesting yesterday? If somebody, I'm not taking credit for this, somebody I saw on X had this really interesting breakdown of Trump with talking to Hamas, the hostage stuff, the discussions with Iran, the India Pakistan thing. He sidestepped Netanyahu for all of them.
Yes.
And that is like the last administration couldn't, didn't blow its nose without permission from Netanyahu. So I just think it's interesting. Like I never thought about it in that aspect, but
which is also
true.
interesting because the last administration was far more pro-Palestinian, or well, it's both sides' fault.
Yeah.
And we know Trump has the relationship with Netanyahu. Yet this time around, it's almost like he's going around Bibi just to get it done.
Yeah. I don't know. I just found that very interesting.
Well, it's always by omission. So to me, it was, and that was when we talked about Trump yesterday, the fact that he did talk about the tariffs in that news conference that started around, close to the 9 o'clock hour, but he really focused on all your medications and your pharmaceuticals. And so to me, it was, he didn't really take a full victory lap for that tariff situation. He wants tariffs out of the headlines. That's what that told me, to your point, Craig. So why does he want Netanyahu? All you see are, the Saudi escorts, the jets escorting him in this morning. Dan Scavino putting that out there, showing that all Saudi. He's in Saudi Arabia. You see that. So what is he doing? You don't see him with Netanyahu. He wants to get this peace deal done.
Yeah.
And the Saudis are the conduit.
Yep.
So that's, I think, oftentimes it's in anything in news or headlines, look at what's being omitted. It tells you a lot.
There you go.
This is my little
Journalism professor,
my
Dawn
little
Stensland.
piece of advice.
J101 if you want to enroll now.
dun.
Are you still teaching, by the way?
No.
Okay.
When would she have time to do that,
I
Nick?
don't know. She doesn't sleep anyway.
I know.
Or maybe she's doing like a 9 o'clock night class. I should teach a radio class. I really should. I might look at that as a side hustle. I'm going to go to Montgomery Community College. Anybody want to learn how to become #1 in morning drive? Sign up for my class.
Have a lot of fun.
There's my syllabus. It'll be one page. Just win.
Actually, I should be teaching that class.
Yes.
Oh, you go to Hofstra. You go to the bougie schools that pay for your train ride. You go into the Big Apple, and then you go out to what is that? Westchester County?
No, it's Long Island. That's
love Hofstra.
That's like
it's Ferris country.
That's like the end of Long Island.
Yeah.
It's hideous. Oh,
Last stop.
I hate going out there. I hate Long Island.
I
hate driving. It
is long.
It takes me 5 hours to get out there. It's awful.
You can get to Ocean City, Maryland before you can get to Hofstra.
I can get to St. Louis faster than I can get to Hofstra sometimes. It's
great school,
it's
great
ridiculous.
communication journalism
Yes,
program.
great school. Yeah.
Long Island's a hideous place. Should
It is not.
blow it off the map.
It's not.
Thank you.
But you know what is wonderful?
Yeah.
Your kitchen, once it gets Kitchen Magic.
Yeah.
So looking to remodel your kitchen at Kitchen Magic, their products are made right here in the USA. In fact, in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So any talk of tariffs or delays, nope, it's not going to impact you either way you look at it. They are family-owned, American-made, and this month, save up to 30%. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Kitchen Magic, what are you waiting for? 30% off? Visit kitchenmagic.com today on this dreary, drizzly day. A lot of fender benders, accidents, a little bit of slow going out there, Nick.
That is correct. On 63 degrees right now. The rain has tapered off, and we're only going up to 68 today, although it's about an 80% chance of showers intermittently throughout the afternoon. We're going to dry out as the week goes along. Weather brought to you by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtruhl.com.
Dawn mentioned the 40th commemoration of the Move bombing. I would also like to commemorate another anniversary today. 17 years ago, a YouTuber by the name of Offbeat Earth posted this video 17 years ago, and the internet was never the same. Roll it.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
It's bad hair.
No, there is.
Love this.
We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but
I've watched this a million
yeah,
times.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? Sure.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean? To play us out.
What a dummy.
Like me reading the live read copy.
Sting is going to do, it's a video. Sting video.
What is
For credits.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean?
Dude, play us out, dummy.
To end the show?
Yeah.
This is great.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
Here it comes.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
In
Oh,
5,
God.
4, 3.
Hideous human he is.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it. We'll do it live.
He needs a loofah.
Oh, God.
We'll do it live.
Don't write it.
Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
I'll write it.
Thing sucks.
Yes, it does.
5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album.
Today.
Take it away.
And then the best is at the end when he gets off. He throws things.
Throws it.
What a dummy he is. God, I hate him.
That's how I threw my headsets when Dawn and I were fighting last week over the Crossing Broad story. And by the way, for those that have ever wondered why I have the Tucker Carlson drop on my board,
We'll do it live.
that's where that emanates from. So that was 2008.
17 years ago.
Bill O'Reilly.
17 years ago today.
Oh, man.
Happy anniversary when we all found out. We all knew, but we all found out what a hideous human Bill O'Reilly was.
But you know what, though? As somebody who has to read and, broadcast based on things that are written or typed, if I could give you stories. We should actually ask Tony Bruno this. And I've had my meltdowns recording a spot that was written by a 5-year-old or by a robot. Like, nobody talks like that, and you just got to rip it up and you throw it. When I was Tony Bruno's producer in 2010 and 11 and a little bit of 2012, we used to have to cut spots for him. And this was before he moved back to Philly. He's on the West Coast. So we go back to a little production booth, kind of like what Phil and Jimmy sit in right now. And he would record his spot, and it would take him 7 or 8 times to nail it. He would start cursing up a ever-loving storm. And it was the great. And we would save the outtakes and just play it for the boss. Hysterical. I might actually have to get him to see if he'll. He probably has some of these in his archives on file. Absolutely epic. By the way, anybody that is worth a grain of salt in broadcasting, and I'm not defending Bill O'Reilly, but this happens with everybody, they have had meltdowns like that, live or off the air. Yeah, they have.
Nah.
You say no.
No, I'm not saying that, but that is a pompous.
Did that ever air? Was that actually on television, or was that an outtake?
No, that was an outtake.
Okay.
Yeah. Some producer was like, "Hey, I'm gonna show you."
Some of my buddies who are not even into politics will send me that clip from YouTube from time to time and just start giggling like 5-year-olds. By the way, Chris Berman has had some incredible meltdowns as well.
Yeah.
He just got a new deal that takes him through, I think, 2029 on ESPN. He will be a 50-year employee at ESPN. Maybe, Phil, if we could find this would be great to compare and contrast Chris Berman and Bill O'Reilly. We got to find the YouTube clip of Chris Berman where he's recording something for NFL Countdown, and these people, these producers, keep walking in front of the camera, and he flips out, saying, "Has anybody ever effing worked in television before?"
Well, yeah, that's like.
Dawn, have you ever had one of these moments?
Christian Bale.
Yes.
Yeah, but usually, I think you go either you have somebody who's, and I always say the men are the divas and the bees. Remember that?
Yeah.
Usually, it's funny. I mean, so either you have somebody who is a hothead who's going to go off like that, or they're going to make fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So I think usually in my experience, if we had somebody walking in front of the camera, we'd say, "Oh, that's our mascot making a friendly appearance." You know what I mean? They used to say something silly.
Uh-huh.
Casey Kasem was the best one, where he was.
Was he a jerk too?
He was reading dedications, and he
About
was
the
talking.
dog.
He was talking about some little girl losing their dog. He goes, "And I have to go into an up-tempo record. This thing sucks." It's awesome.
And that hurt his. Didn't that hurt his?
I don't know.
My husband was just telling me that story the other day.
Yeah.
For some reason, because he came on, I'm like, Casey Kasem, where did you find this?
Casey Kasem, Christian Bale, Bill O'Reilly,
gosh.
Chris Berman's a good one. Yeah, we should play a bunch of meltdowns.
Somebody should bug my office and desk when I hear too much commotion in my house as I'm writing the big take.
Uh-oh.
Boy, you want to hear a Bill O'Reilly moment.
You have like the tuba.
Yeah, I hear the violins going off as I'm trying to listen to a clip of Bill Maher for the Monday Big Take. Oh, God. 855-839-1210. I need 5,000 square feet, for the love of God. But speaking of vehicles that are not being hot-wired or carjacked, what about Mazda? What about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group? We got to talk about them because their huge crossover and SUV lineup really is impressive, and they have size for everybody. This month, Piazza Mazda, they're offering 0.9% financing on their award-winning SUVs and crossovers, where you can choose between the sleek CX-5. If you want to go a little bigger, a little sportier, you upgrade to the CX-30. A little bit bigger, a little bit more capable, a little stronger, the CX-50. You get the point here. And then how about this? The 3-row. Oh, the moms, they love the 3 rows, don't they? CX-90. Or if you're going electric, how about the CX-70 plug-in hybrid? Discover your dream SUV with 0.9% financing for 36 months today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a personalized test drive, or you can shop online right now at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
They say the only guarantee in life are death and taxes. But when you enter retirement, those are the two things you're looking to avoid. Proper planning with a retirement phase expert can help you reduce the burden taxes can have on your hard-earned savings. This week's expert report highlights the importance of a little-known IRS law known as the exclusion ratio, which can help you save big on your taxes. Now, there are 3 rules. 1, you must be 59 and a half or older. 2, the money utilized must be in non-qualified accounts. And 3, the exclusion ratio only applies to financial life insurance investment vehicles. Here's how it works. Under the exclusion ratio, you can have a 10-year income, and 85% of that income would be tax-free every single one of those years. So let's say you're taking a $100,000 income. You would only be taxed on $15,000 of that income. Now think about what that would do for your tax return and how it may lower your tax bracket, how it can lower your monthly payments to Medicare, but most importantly, keep your money out of Uncle Sam's pocket and in your own pocket. Seek out a retirement phase expert with specialized training on the safe alternatives to Wall Street from the financial life insurance industry that can help you become more tax efficient.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Cut sheet coming up. Less than 15 minutes. It is a Tuesday morning. Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I mentioned the local stories. We started hour 1 with New Jersey, Trump's endorsement of Jack Ciattarelli for governor in his Republican primary, quote, battle with Bill Spadea. Let's go to Pennsylvania. 2 stories. We're going to get to White Marsh Township in just a moment, but I want to start with Upper Darby and the Upper Darby Police Department. This story actually was from the weekend. I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we just did not have enough time. The Post-Millennial with the headline, African woman in Pennsylvania launches fundraiser after conviction for animal torture and claims that she's facing deportation. This gets into my crawl in many categories. First of all, with deportation, illegal immigration, you know my whole stance on that. And then this absurd world where the bad guys are receiving money on GoFundMe or other websites that are fundraisers on behalf of their defense. After they're convicted, by the way. So a Liberian woman is facing up to 7 years in jail for animal cruelty and claims to be facing deportation. She has launched a GoFundMe to help keep her in the country. Anagar Monse, 28, who killed, this is graphic, so get ready, folks. If you have kids in the car, maybe figure something out. Who killed, your problem, not mine. I can't tell who's driving with kids or not. Who killed, disemboweled, and skinned live animals alive online, was convicted of 4 felony counts of aggravated cruelty to animals in a Delaware court, reports the Daily Mail. Monsi is facing prison time, as well as fines of up to $15,000. Seems very minimal, honestly. I would figure you'd get way more than this. However, she is defending herself by saying she was only making, quote, traditional meals.
Ugh.
Quote, right now, I'm facing the most terrifying moment of my life. I may be sent to jail or even deported over something I never imagined would have put our lives in jeopardy. Cooking traditional meals with animals like chicken and dog. Monsi wrote in her GoFundMe, this has turned into a legal nightmare. I'm asking and hoping that you can pay for legal support and make my daughter's case taken care of. Through all of this, anything you can give, whether it's a donation or simply sharing this page, means everything to us. Okay, so off the jump, I understand there's different cultures, different people that, eat certain animals. I got that, right?
No, but Nick, remember I reported this to you guys. This is the woman who made videos and was asking for more views on social media.
Yep, I was getting to that. So I don't understand. This is not, you can't defend this type of behavior when you post a 49-minute long video where you're seen torturing a pigeon before cutting its head off. In another video, she breaks a live chicken's neck before plucking all of its feathers out.
Yeah.
And then in another video that was uploaded in January, she was seen torturing a chicken for 10 minutes, then stepped on it and slit its throat with a dull knife.
Cultural enrichment, right?
She then uploads the videos to her YouTube channel, which has 20,000 subscribers.
Of course.
This wasn't cultural food and eating and living. This was a social media business she was operating.
Yep.
She's doing this for clout and for compensation and clicks and things like Dawn was alluding to.
And PETA, their emergency response team, they say these are called crush videos, feature people trampling, mutilating, torturing small animals for the viewers of the social media site for sexual gratification.
Oh, my God.
And I'm quoting PETA, this was shown by Monsi's clothes in the videos, her sexual conversations, discussing body parts, multiple viewers asking to love with her feet and do various things to the animals while they were self-gratifying.
My culture,
No,
my rights.
That's not what PETA or any of the authorities say.
These savages need to be deported and never allowed back in this country again.
Upper Darby Police Department Superintendent Tim Bernhardt called the case disturbing and barbaric.
These people are disgusting.
Well, but then he makes a great point. Forget about this, the guilty here. He says, even more disturbing, quote, is that there are people out there that are entertained by this. And there's a platform out there and apparently a demand that is allowing it.
We're more than entertained.
Yes. That's the sick part is people tune in for this. I watch Dr. Pimple. I watch Dr. Pimple Popper on TLC.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a kind of a thing for seeing cysts go.
That's
a little
weird.
Plus, Dr. Pimple Popper's a pretty hot broad. But that's neither here nor there.
You should be on a watch list too.
You're probably right. But I don't get any gratification in beheading chickens and depucking them.
Justin asks firing squad. Yes, absolutely.
I would say eye for an eye.
Yeah,
she should get exactly what these pigeons, ducks, and chickens got.
No. This is the culture. I'm not excusing it, but this is the culture. When we bring in these people, this is their culture, and we're somehow this is supposed to enrich America by letting people like this into our country. Get them out. Get them all out.
Well, maybe she's claiming it's her culture of eating different animals or whatever,
which I get,
but I'm looking at the actual court record and nowhere in there is there anything about cooking. There was nothing. This was not recipes or cooking.
No,
this was
correct.
What I reported to you.
Yep.
Torturing for long periods of time, rabbits, chickens, pigeons, these large frogs. There were all kinds of animals, and she had her own channel on YouTube. It was reported, it was investigated, and she was convicted of this in a court.
Hey, look, I have no problem with certain animals that you consume. I've had frog legs before. Tremendous. I've had rabbit sliders in Nashville. Tremendous. Ugh. But I don't want to see the lady from, what's the movie with Richard Gere, where she's boiling the rabbit alive on the stove, right? Like, you're streaming that on YouTube, you psycho, and then you're going to torture the animal for 10 minutes or 49 minutes, plucking the feathers one by one? How about we pluck your feathers, Toots?
Ugh.
I mean, seriously.
Do we have? What's the video we have of this? Because I know
some of the video is still up.
Well, I mean,
I don't know why they didn't take it
it's
down.
all blurred out though, right?
Some of it.
You know,
but
what's amazing
still.
is we get flagged on YouTube for playing an SNL clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, this stuff stays up on YouTube.
Thank you.
The caption says "Cook frogs with me."
Ah, jeez.
I mean, people eat frog legs. I mean, the hideous French do.
You ever have frog
Yeah,
legs?
but now there's this is an attempt to change the narrative because she's doing this GoFundMe.
I didn't know we had video. Do we want to play this? I see it in the hopper.
Yeah, I think it's blurred out. So
yeah, I see a bucket that's kind of fuzzy. Although maybe we should have
a fuzzy bucket.
Fuzzy buckets.
Yeah, everybody's commenting. You had the wrong. It's not Richard Gere. It's Michael Douglas.
Ah, yes, that's right. Fatal Attraction is the movie.
Yeah.
I got the wrong actor.
If you don't want to see it, then turn away from YouTube. YouTube.com, or if you do, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll this.
She can get a taste.
Oh yeah, you can't really see anything. She is. Look at this cooking. Oh god.
A little. Yeah.
Ugh. Look at that. Can you imagine? Oh my lord. Oh no.
Wow, there is the rabbit.
Oh boy.
I did not know that was going to be in there. There was Fatal Attraction right there.
But what the authorities
Liberian edition.
What they were saying is, and you heard the music in there, and then the conversation back and forth.
Yeah.
And they're long, transcriptions of what the court, said that she said, but she would in her channel say, more, and then, then finally would kill the animal.
Yeah.
In the final act, but it was a very sexualized conversation that was involved with the torture of these animals.
Well, and then for those that are unable to watch that clip on YouTube, she was dressed in scantily clad fashion. So
this person needs never see the light of United States soil again.
What do you put on your pigeon, Greg? Frank's Red Hot?
Oh God.
A little McCormick Dry Rub?
I'm telling you, this is I know we're gonna get into the South Africaners in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually a perfect segue.
But like the problem is that when we let anybody in here, anybody can just claim, well, this is part of my culture. This is part of my culture. We don't want your culture here. We're happy enough with our own. Thank you.
We're all full.
We're full. No room.
No vacancies.
No room at the inn. You cook pigeons and frogs and bunnies.
Yeah.
You're out, sister.
Get your ass in line, just like the Irish and the Italians had to do 100 years ago. Do it the right way. I'm good.
It's just it's savage behavior. It's savage behavior.
Yeah, it's criminal. It's criminal. Again, I don't care that you eat pigeon. If you do it in a humane way, it's part of your upbringing. I got it, but you can't be streaming, the murder of animals. And I'm no PETA activist by any stretch. But I can understand why PETA would be pissed about something like this. Yeah. Again, think about the hypocrisy. We get flagged on YouTube for a Billy Joel song, and she's in there boiling rabbit and getting she's got more subscribers than we do.
Yeah,
you sick people.
But just we don't even have to say alleged, because this was something police said she admitted to.
Oh, she's convicted.
But in court, she was convicted of 4 felony counts of cruelty to animals, animal abuse. So this is a convicted felon of these things.
Where does she stand as far as getting her out of my country?
That I don't see according to this story.
Well, I just saw on GoFundMe that she's claiming that she could be deported for this because
yes,
she's now convicted of animal cruelty, 4 felony counts.
You know what? If she can get a GoFundMe for this, I'm starting a GoFundMe for a new golf club set. I need about $3,600. If anybody wants to contribute to my new golf club kit and set of, I need the full bag.
Where's she's in PA, right? When is
Upper
Darby.
When is Madeline Dean gonna picket for her? Stay in this country.
Dawn, you said Delco, right?
Yeah.
Boy, so we've got the Delco pigeon lady, and we have the Delco pooper. We have a pope from Delco. I'm going to need a Venn diagram for everything that's happened in Delco.
Yeah.
Delco. Where weird happens. Delco. And now, how about that right on time? 7:45. Let's do that damn cut sheet.
Do the damn thing.
On the cut Cheese!
What's up, country on this Tuesday? Yeah, there we go. All right, Nick, you mentioned this in the big take. People are all, including yourself, and I'm not really sure why, are all up in arms about letting in these Afrikaners from South Africa who are escaping murderous regimes, right? Letting the, I mean, what's wrong with the vetted people coming into we need immigrants, and what's wrong with vetted ones coming in this country? Sorry, I'm giving my
You're giving your opinion as you lead into the first cut. I like that. Takes plus clips.
The problem is the lazy, dumb media all goes to one thing. But they're white. You let white people in, but not brown people. Shut up.
I've seen hypocrisy from both sides on this story.
Ugh.
I think I have the most measured take of all, which I explained in the big take, and I'll do it again coming up.
But they're white. You should hear Nicole Wallace and those mutants crying over this.
Wonder what Jen Psaki had to say. By the way, she's lost half of whatever Rachel Maddow had left of her audience. Big story on ratings. Jen Psaki's got a lower rating than Bill Spadia. It's just remarkable. Love it. Love it.
All right, let's. So a reporter asked Trump, "Why are you creating an expedited path into our country for Afrikaners, but not others?" Okay. Roll it.
Who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States,
Right.
where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something. But we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of. But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. But it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And farmers are being killed. They happen to be white. But whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media, doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they'd talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible.
So I said this in the big take. For those that missed it, go back and get to the Odyssey app. You'll hear my full take on it. To me, I've always been America first, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm not interested in policing the world. I'm not interested in being the military of the world and telling every other nation how they need to operate. I don't want to see foreign aid go to Ukraine. I'm not interested in Gaza refugees or Chinese refugees or white South African refugees. How about we take, and this doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden, Democrat or Republican, how about we take care of our 50,000 homeless veterans in this country? Once we clean up all of our mess, then I think we should be open to being the hotel for the rest of the world. I don't care if you're an illegal immigrant trashing a hotel in New York, or if you're a white farmer that's being annihilated in a country where you're being just wiped out left and right. And I guess there's reports from NBC that this might not even be a true story. I don't know. But to me, if you're America first, you're America first. And I don't think there are exceptions. And I'll just wrap by saying this. Where are we getting the funding for this? Who's paying for this? I don't want to pay for other people's college loans that they defaulted on. I don't want to pay for other people's medical bills. I don't want to pay for people's ability to come into this country illegally. I don't want to pay for my own stuff.
Just why he's starting the golf club GoFundMe.
That's correct. I'm a victim.
We're talking about 50 people.
Yeah.
Amen.
50,000.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
No, not 50,000. 50.
No, I know.
That's how many. And I don't think these people are on welfare.
Roll cut 3. Thank you, Dawn. roll call 3 here. 3.
So what's the
no,
difference
no,
between
no.
the refugees?
No, I'm sorry. I thought that was something else. These people are yes. It's vetted immigrants coming in is fine. It's the problem is that
they're legal.
Vetted. They're vetted.
I didn't ask if they were vetted.
They're legal, yes.
Okay.
They've been allowed to come in this country because what's going on is in South Africa, they have this program where they're essentially, these are farmers who have longtime farms. They're taking their farmland. So they're taking their homes, taking their farmland. They have all kinds of strife, obviously civil wars and so on across, unfortunately, that continent. But you have these farmers being murdered. Now, there are exaggerations that 19,000 of these white farmers have been targeted. Well, not 19,000, but enough that they're saying that, first of all, their land and their homes have been taken from them by the government in South Africa. Number one, the reason they're being targeted is because they are white, so they're being persecuted. So they fit, they do fit the requirement to be a refugee, to say they've taken our home, they've taken our land, they're persecuting us, they're killing us. Can we come to your country? We have jobs, we have money, we have means. And so they brought about 50, I believe, about 4 dozen came to this country.
So where do we draw the line then?
They're Dutch and French descent, by the way.
Oh, French.
Well, the French, that even gives me a further reason to be against this. No French. No French.
But
mix.
The problem is that the lazy media is making this about race.
Of course they are.
And it's so far from race. It's nobody is ever saying that's the big myth. Nobody's ever saying that that we don't want immigrants and we don't want immigrate. We just want them to come legally and to be vetted and not just walk across the border and
yes,
immediately go on welfare.
I get that. And by the way, this whole vetted thing. I mean, my God, we thought we had Secret Service vetted properly, and we get a bunch of fat people that can't get their guns out of a holster. So let's stop acting like vetted to this absolute 100% certainty. Oh, he's vetted. He's good. Okay,
fair point.
Vetted. Start vetting people around here. Yeah, the thing that is annoying to me is it's a slippery slope. Where do you draw the line? And I know the media is playing the race card. I don't look at the skin color or the race of these individuals, but there's atrocities going on all over the world with regimes and governments that are brutal, killing people, stripping their rights. If we open it up for one, then we open it up for everybody then, right? At least in theory. We got 350 million people in this country. We're full. I'm shutting it off. I'm going to be more radical than Trump is. Boy, the media would hate me.
The media would not be losing its collective mind over this if these individuals were brown, in the so-called brown or black community.
Yes,
1,000%.
1,000,000%.
So it's racist.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, and I said this during the big take. I'm assuming, I don't look at the YouTube chat. I'm assuming I got torched for it.
You did.
Said something to the effect of,
well, you're getting torched now.
He's throwing Elon a bone here.
Yeah.
Elon's country. I don't know. I don't think you have to be a rocket
It's
scientist
60
to figure that
people.
out. So?
It's 60 people.
Greg's right. I said
Look at
50,
you. I
it's
can't
59.
Stalker of all people's on board with this.
I
never
am.
thought I would
59
see
people.
this.
I am. I'm on board. I am on board with. I'm not against immigrants coming into this country.
Neither am I.
We need that. We do, and I know that's going to make me unpopular. But legally, the right way.
I don't think that makes you unpopular. I think the majority of this audience is completely fine with legal migration done the proper way. AKA, get your ass in line, and when it's your turn, you're in. That's what America was found. I mean, we are a nation of immigrants. This notion that the mainstream media portrays that Republicans don't want immigrants in this country, it's not true. I just don't want to see people invading our country through an open border to the tune of 15 million to flip blue states to red while we have children overdosing when they think they're just smoking a blunt and it's laced with fentanyl and they're dropping dead.
Agreed on all of this, but when people come here and they want to be here legally and they go through all the means and do they want to assimilate into the United States. The problem is that we have a bunch of people who come into this country who don't want to assimilate into the United States of America.
True.
And they end up cooking chickens and frogs on YouTube.
I know.
So that's what I'm talking about. We don't need any more cultural enrichment.
By the way, going back to the YouTube video of cooking animals, how dumb are we as a society that we film and record ourselves or go live and stream? ourselves committing crimes.
Yeah.
We do the job, but we do the job of the police. How stupid are you? Do the likes and the subscriptions mean that much to you?
They do. They do. By the way, they mean a lot to me too. So hit the like and subscribe button right now if you're watching on YouTube. YouTube.com/1210 at 1210 WPHT. Sorry, I forgot my own pandering there for a second.
And you said everybody's in disagreement with me on this one.
Yeah.
Really?
Going so far as to say an unbelievably horrible take.
Oh.
So
all
there
right.
you go.
I'll do the devil's advocate thing. Usually not my forte. That's Stalker's wheelhouse. I try to give you the logical, consistent, common
Listen,
sense
no,
response. If Joe Biden allowed in a bunch of South African immigrants, I don't care if they're 59 or 5,900 or 59,000. What would your take be to that? I'm just wondering.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just wondering. Oh, I mean, I know Trump's doing it, so we love it. It's necessary, right? It's the humane thing to do. I don't know. I'm just America first, and that applies across the board.
Joe Biden might have, but nobody noticed because there were 20 million others flooding across the border.
Nobody noticed random 59 white
like
dudes.
59 people from South Africa. Come on in. Like,
man, I missed the
what's another
mark.
59 after 20 million.
I thought this would be a well-respected and well-received take. I'll sit this one out.
Well, let's get the heat off of Nick and put it back where it deserves to be on the media.
No, I actually like it because I've got the air at 68 and it's kind of cold as hell in here. So.
Who made this all about race? But you're white people.
Yeah.
He likes you because you're white people. Let's start with MSNBC. Cut to Yashim Alcindor. Said this. Roll it.
So the Trump administration, they're saying that essentially these white South Africans assimilate better, and they're also not as much of a security risk. That's really causing a lot of people to be appalled, frankly. And I also should tell people that this violence that they're talking about that are dealing with these Afrikaners, I've been hearing from people that say there is violence in South Africa, but it's affecting everybody of every single race, Katie.
Yeah,
well, that could very well be true. I mean, they could be, people that are not in gangs.
Yes, we need. Yes. Yeah, everything she said is not appalling. We need people to assimilate, and we need not security threats.
Well, and people need to fill up these jobs, right? That was Jasmine Crockett and Kamala Harris's verbiage verbatim, right? We need people to take these jobs in farming. Wasn't that Jasmine Crockett that we played?
Yes.
Saying that they need Latinos to do the farming? Mm-hmm. Didn't she say, "I'm done"? We're done picking crops or something like that. We had that on that cut sheet a while back. Yeah. Okay. Well, then the left shouldn't be complaining about this. Apparently, I'll be the only one that does.
What's interesting to me is we finally found a group of immigrants who liberals don't like.
Oh.
Right?
Well, in the identity politics world, wherever you judge everybody based on the way they look, then yeah.
Cut 3, go.
So what's the difference between the refugees that they're talking about here and those refugees?
Oh, boy, here we go.
I could guess. I mean, I think everyone...
They're white.
They're white. Thank you.
They're white.
They are white. And
They're
I think, look, if that is how you feel, fine, then hold the line. But there are people all over the world, even people in this country right now, who are seeking, who have sought asylum, who are going through the process of asylum seeking, and have been detained by ICE and are being deported. There's also a genocide happening in the Congo right now that I don't see any Congolese being getting relief to come to this country. So there are Afghanis that helped us in Afghanistan that we have left behind. Even the last administration didn't do right by them. This administration can do right by them, but they are not, because it doesn't fit the narrative of the type of immigrants that we want in our country.
And even saying, there is also a genocide happening in Congo. We got to be careful about acknowledging
that
there's a genocide in South Africa.
That's right. There is no genocide.
No, of course, we're in agreement there. I mean, certainly there are white people in South Africa who have been victims of crimes. That happens all over the world. That certainly does not entitle someone to the level of persecution to be entitled to asylum in the United States. When we, as a nation, are turning away people, forget the woke stuff. I mean, literally, people who assisted the United States military in Afghanistan are not being admitted to this country now in favor of white South Africans under some genocide narrative that is just nonsense.
Well, I mean, if we want to start dividing up immigrants and refugees based on the most welcoming to the nation that's receiving them, I guess we can play that game. I mean, I guess the South African white people are more welcomed in the United States or around the globe than some of the Middle Eastern refugees from Gaza. And this is, again, why I think the Democrats keep dying on stupid hills as far as going to battle for the Palestinian cause. I mean, nobody in the Middle East, I forget who had that. It might have been Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg. All of the surrounding nations did not want to take anybody from Gaza. That includes Turkey. That includes Egypt. That includes Lebanon, some of Syria. So if you want to start splitting hairs on refugees and their welcomeability and their favorability rating, knock yourself out.
The problem is that their religion tells them that we're the great Satan.
Right.
Why would we let those people in the country?
Agreed, 1,000%.
But to that same point, to the people who just want a better life and would assimilate into the United States of America, why don't we want them in here as long as they do it legally and responsibly?
I'll compromise with you.
Yeah.
If it doesn't cost the taxpayer a dime, okay. It's not coming out of my pocket, though. I'm not paying for other people. By the way, I'm getting smoked on social media for this take.
As well you should.
Marcus Aurelius says, I like your take on South Africa, Nick, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. I actually love the smell at the gas pump, by the way, and fresh cut grass. Kurt Roth says, role reversal. Today, you're the knucklehead, and Stalker sounds sensible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt.
Good. Like, I give you my honest, off-the-cuff reaction.
Exactly. It's unpredictable radio. You never know which one of us is going to have the bad take that day.
You might disagree with my take, but you can't disagree with my consistency. I am America first. So to me, that means financial aid, that means immigration, that means legal, illegal, vetted, unvetted, good people, bad people. I want our mess cleaned up first. I'm telling you, it just does not sit well with me. I said it 3 times. I'll say it a 4th. 50,000 veterans on a nightly basis in this country are homeless, and we're worried about everybody else. We could fix that problem in this country in 9 seconds, but we don't.
Yeah.
So until we do, that's my take. Unless I don't have to pay for them, and then I'll acquiesce a little bit to Stalker and Don. Just a little bit.
You brought this up earlier. NBC News reported that these allegations of persecution may be a little overblown. Roll it.
And they got this big celebration, and these are the only, white African descendants of apartheid, the European colonials, or those who participated in apartheid. They're of all ages, including children.
South Africa says that the allegations about persecution of these people, the allegations are false, according to the South Africans. What?
Of course they would say that. Of course they would say that.
Yeah, I did see a video. Again, take it for what it's worth. It's X. I don't know if I can verify it or the authenticity of it. But some of the massive rallies of racism and hatred against the white South Africans, if you watch the clip, there's a bunch of them on social media in the last 24 hours. They are pretty unnerving. I'm not saying that these people don't deal with, wrong things.
But did you see
atrocities and hate crimes? I'm not saying that's not true.
Did you see the B-roll there of these people coming in? They all had little American flags. Like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. You bring in people who are not 18 to 30-year-old males who are of fighting age who have nothing but disdain for the United States.
Well, what do you think
those are the people we don't want here.
What do you think these male farmers look like from South Africa? Like Chris Christie? You think they're slobs? Or do they look like they could probably fight too? Not saying that they are, but I'm not going to just sit here and judge a book based on their physical appearance. I don't do the optics of identity politics. I use this thing up here called my brain.
That's the problem. That's the problem with this is that the media is so lazy that they just always go to the race of people. I could give a you-know-what less if these people were black, Indian, brown, Asian. I don't care. I believe that we need legal immigration. Yep. We need it because, yes, there are a lot of jobs that Americans won't do.
Yep.
So we do need that, absolutely. We just need to do it in the right legal way, and we need to find people who will assimilate into our country.
It's very simple to decipher, right? You don't need to go through all these boxes of what's your gender, what's your race, what's your sexual orientation, how do you identify. I look at 2 things. A, are you a good person? And then secondarily, B, do we have something in common? What are our common grounds? If those two check the boxes, you'd be in my circle. I have a very small circle, by the way.
MSNBC yesterday, Nicole Wallace said this is like they had a 5-minute meltdown on this where they were on the verge of tears over this. And all these people leaving the country, I don't know what to do. And they let the white people in. It's MSNBC's Nicole Wallace and Richard Stengel.
That sounds like a ratings bonanza.
Had a field day with this. Roll it.
Trump has virtually halted refugee admission in America for people fleeing war and famine in places like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Back with Rick, Mark, and Eddie. Rick Stengel.
Yes, it's so deeply and morally wrong-headed and repulsive. These are the descendants of the people who created the most diabolical system of white supremacy in human history, apartheid.
I don't even like
They're
the way he
not
says that.
directly responsible for it, but it was a system that actually moved black people off of the arable land.
You're a descendant of slavery in America.
What a dummy he is. What a hideous hideous dummy he is. It's supremacy. Shut up. Sorry. I hate these people.
When will CNN or MSNBC who actually figures out that they can actually trot out an alpha type A male that's entertaining? The Democrat Party or legacy media? Why do I always have to listen to guys that probably wax their legs? I mean, I swear to God. Is there a single guy, forget the whole South African thing, I've given my spiel on that, on either one of these networks that you would want to hang out with?
You're surrendering like the French.
I am. I've waved the flag. You guys have your 59 refugees. Knock yourself out. Let me know how the crops are. Rick Stengel. You think Rick Stengel's ever played in like a beer league softball tournament? Had some fun on a Saturday in his life?
By the way, it looks like they're invited by, so they're being taken in by, looks like Christian churches in places like Iowa, North Carolina. So sounds like these 59 have a place to go, and they are people with some level of means.
Okay.
Oh, so they won't be. So to Nick's point, we won't have to pay for them.
Yeah, I don't think these.
Well, like I
people...
said, if it's not going to cost me a dime, okay. Send them to red states, by the way. Let them get the true experience of America. Don't send them to Oregon.
I have been trying to look at, because it is peculiar that they shut down all of these kinds of programs except this one. And so I cannot find any evidence or any allegation that any of these people have any relationship with Elon Musk, who's from here.
Right. And has 59 kids probably already.
Roll a little bit more stings.
Removal. It was something called a Bantustan policy, where they moved black people out of the cities and farmlands into these remote areas with non-arable land. I mean, it was just one of the most worst processes ever. But what has happened in this strange, bizarre world we're living in is that the Afrikaners have become the darling of these right-wing, white supremacist movements around the world. That it's like the lost cause for them. It's like the old Confederacy. They're held up as these white Christians who are being dispossessed of their land. It's like this is a modern.
Does this guy know anything? Like, does he know anything? He's just spouting nonsense. Just absolute nonsense.
There's no evidence to what he's saying that I can find.
Shocking.
Number one. But number two, isn't it funny how they love to talk about other countries? I mean, dude, why don't you talk about slavery in America? Let's look at your genealogy tree. Where did you come from? You know what I mean? Did your people have a plantation anywhere? Why don't you give up everything? Like, seriously, I would love to know this guy's background, his privileged white background. If he wants to say, like this.
I would just like to also know the background. I mean, if this is as bad as what the Trump administration is saying, why do we only bring in 59 people? Is there a vetting process? Is there a streamlining, arduous paper trail that you have to go through? Is it going to be 59 today and then 175 more in a week? I mean, I would imagine there's more than 59 people being victimized if this is the way they say it is.
This was one of his executive orders that he signed just in February about the persecution of these particular individuals. I will tell you, what's interesting is what keeps coming up as I look this up. There's an interesting connection between South Africa and Israel and their support of Israel. So I have to wonder if is there a piece of this that has to do with Middle East peace and the South? Like, I have no idea, but there that always just seems to come up that there's some kind of a connection.
Yeah. Matt says on X, first Sean Farish criticizes Trump for the Saudi airline gift. Now Nick is crushing Trump over letting 59 people in. What happened to this program? Sorry. I'll make sure I run all my takes through you, Matt, before they air. I'll send you everything I'm thinking the night before. You tell me what you like or you don't like, and then I'll edit accordingly.
Chris Apolito says, let them in, but one bus violation and deport them.
I love these guys on X. Hey, Matt. And by the way, this is not my job to do it, but I've done more for the Republican Party in 3 years than you have in your lifetime. So shut the hell up. Okay?
I like that.
All right? Good. And just wait for me to tell you when the next election is, because you work and you didn't know there was one.
By the way, that person that I yelled at last Monday on the YouTube chat has yet to return, and I told him to get off my YouTube.
He's listening, trust me.
It looks like he listened.
No, he's
I can't believe that.
He's listening on the radio or the app, just like hundreds of thousands of you are. Because you love the show and you love us. You love all of us.
So it was happening again yesterday in New Jersey. The Democrats blocking the Newark, New Jersey ICE facility.
I want these people in cuffs.
So it started with the faith ministers. They're blocking the entrance to the ICE detention centers, Delaney Hall in New Jersey, where Newark Mayor Ras Baraka was arrested last week. So this is, you can see this video. Roll this video, Phil. They're blocking the entrance there. So.
And they're singing. Singing.
Yeah.
Memo to white 64-year-old liberal women. Stop singing in protest.
Well, let's actually 21. They're singing a little more. Roll this.
Fascism's got to go. Got to go. We say no. We say no.
We say no. We say no. Fascism has got to go.
Don't trash the country. All right, that's the scene.
That's the scene, all right, Martha. That's the scene.
Oh, my Lord. Not a woman under 60 there.
No. It looks like the Bluebell Spring Chorus performance I was at last night. Oh, Christ.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see. Can you play that one more time? I just want to do a little sing-along.
Oh, jeez, please.
Fascism's got to go.
Got to go.
No, we say no.
We say no. We say no. Fascism has got to go. Yeah.
All right, that's the scene.
All right.
Everybody.
And here is Will Cain next on Fox News.
Can you imagine?
That would have been buried right there at like 3:58 on my show, right as we hit that hard out that Cavuto never could hit back in the day. So if these 64-year-old grandmothers from Bluebell love all of their illegal MS-13 members, since they're already there, they've done half the battle. If I was ICE as well as the Delaney Hall Detention Center officials, I open up that gate, I say, here, come on, ladies, and I take them up to one of the most heinous cells. I open up the gate, and I tell the illegal alien in there, I said, sit down for a second, don't move. And I put the grandmother in there, and then I close the gate, and then I tell security, turn off all the cameras for the next half hour.
Yeah.
This is what you want to defend? This is what you want to ride with, Granny? Knock yourself out. But I voted to get rid of this crap. And I'm just so tired of these people. Seriously, we need to, let's flip this around. So many great points have been made on this story. But if this was the other way around, and these were Trump supporters storming a detention center, do you think they would get due process? Do you think that they would get arrested? Do you think they would end up thrown into whatever cell that they've been thrown into? Think about this. And I don't defend those that really broke the law on January 6th. But those that did nothing really wrong and had their rights violated, those are the people that I stand up for. Flip this around. Why are we letting, what's his name? Ras Baraka? He sounds like a crime mob boss in a villainous movie. Ras Baraka. These people, and they get their little cameo. Did we get a mugshot, by the way? Is he gonna post a mugshot now? I mean,
No, it's
all
a
of these little
misdemeanor.
political stunts. Arrest all of them. The Democrats are the one that said during all the lawfare against Trump, nobody's above the law. Why should any administration or any Republican give any of these people that legitimately broke a law? You heard Tom Homan. If they cross the line of impediment, they will be arrested. Arrest them and charge them, because they would do the same thing to you. What did we say during the lead up to the election? Fight fire with fire. No more bringing water pistols to a raging inferno. If I'm a Republican, I am not letting these people off the hook. Charge them to the max. And that means Elena Haba, U.S. District Attorney for New Jersey now, prosecute them. Don't just tweet about it. Prosecute them.
They also blocked multiple ambulances from entering the ICE facility. 22, go.
Now, an ambulance there apparently turned away at the ICE detention center in Newark, where these protests were happening on Friday, where the mayor got arrested. Let's bring in correspondent Alexis McAdams. She's live on the ground there. Alexis, walk us through just what just went down.
Hey, Jillian. So we've seen at least 2 ambulances try to pull into this ICE detention facility here in Newark, New Jersey.
That one with a mask on was walking behind her. Oh, God.
Away. Why? Because if they open up these gates all the way, like they did on Friday, then they're afraid people are going to kind of rush through. So right now you're looking at a group of people who've been out here for a few hours that are kind of blocking the gates. They're saying they're not going to allow anybody to come back in. These are clergy members who they say are trying to stick up for whoever is inside of this ICE detention facility. I know you.
So they've brought out clergy members to kind of soften the stance so the criticism can't be that harsh. I mean, how many times have we talked about this with protests? You cannot block people's ability to get from point A to point B.
Yep.
That ambulance looks like it's trying to get in there for a legit reason, and they're blocking it.
Yep.
You know what I would do?
And you know, I gave the list of some of those offenders inside are rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, deemed very dangerous criminals.
But the ones from South Africa are white, so therefore it's wrong.
I'm even fine. So I even found sites from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies back during the Biden administration that were talking about this very situation that Trump filed the executive order as far as the Afrikaners. That part of this is that the ruling South African government, they are Muslim, they are black Muslim, and they are pro-Hamas. Not pro-Palestinian. They say, we are pro-Hamas. They had high praise for what happened October 7th. And in fact, they have been saying for years since, even since October 7th, that the way to reclaim land is to rape and murder and pillage. And that at October 7th, what was done by the terrorists, the Hamas terrorists, to the Jews, the Israelis, is a model. And so there is evidence that would suggest that maybe if you're a white farmer in South Africa, you want to get the heck out. Because of the tensions and that Hamas has taken hold with the South African government.
Imagine believing that your God wants you to rape and murder to get your land back. That's the warped ideology of the radical jihadist mindset that I want just obliterated from this planet.
But they're not white, so we shouldn't let them in.
Yep.
By the way, let me make this plea for you here at 8:19. I said this last week. I'm going to say it again. If you listen to us on the Odyssey app, please make sure you're downloading the podcast, the Kayal and Company podcast, from wherever you're. Just subscribe to it. You don't have to download it. Just subscribe to it. It automatically downloads. So just go to wherever you get your podcast, whether it's Apple, Spotify, the Odyssey app itself. Just make sure you subscribe to the Kayal and Company podcast. It costs you nothing. It's free, and it does us a great deal of good. So make sure you're subscribing to the Kayal and Company podcast, 1210 WPHT.
MAGA man who has had some very complimentary tweets of me lately.
Is not happy.
I'm back in his bad graces.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
He says, Nick, why are you so nasty today?
Nasty.
Although
Nasty
I agree, no one brought here until vets are no longer homeless. But just take a breath.
Yeah, take a breath. It's
I
true.
have taken a breath.
It's true. By the way, let's get everybody back in your good graces. and everybody will hate me for this. The Trump Qatar, however you call it, plane. He was asked about that in his press conference yesterday. Let's start with cut 7 here, Phil. I've been on record since yesterday saying this is a horrendous look, and he should not be doing this. But what do I know? Hey, what do you know, Greg? You don't know anything. Roll it.
On Qatar, has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo jet? And how can the American people be so sure that they will not in the future?
Well, I think what happens with the plane is that, we're very disappointed that it's taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. We have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent, stature at the time, it's not even the same ballgame. You look at some of the Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America plane. It's like from a different planet. And it's close to 40 years old, might be more than 40 years old now. And we, when I first came in, I signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess, a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on with the Boeings that are coming in? Well, sir, they're way behind. And they are. They're way behind. They were way behind. Another mess that I inherited from Biden. And it's going to be a while before we get them. And I think Qatar, who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think they, and very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said, we would like to do something. And if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones, I think that was a very nice gesture. Now,
so I was actually having a conversation with Sean Ferris yesterday about this. We were texting back and forth. He is not of the belief that this is a good look either for Trump. And he said, well, we read you his tweet yesterday on the show, and we talked about it. And I said in regards to that, I don't let the left control my speech, and I'm not going to allow people on X that want to hear the world is great to control my speech either. But Sean made a good point, and I agree with him on this. Even though Boeing's a hot mess, I still trust Boeing more than I do the Saudis. When you think about the history, and I know they're trying to whitewash their image. They've launched this golf league called Live Golf to, kind of cover up their atrocities. And I don't hold it against people that go to Saudi for that golf tour to make all that guaranteed money up front. But then when you think about the terrorism in this country, think about this. You have the connection between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And Iran funds and trains a lot of the terrorism against the United States. And I saw this conversation break out between Trump taking a plane from Saudi Arabia, and somebody said, and this was like an ardent Trump supporter, which is a totally valid point. He says, well, how do we know that plane, that beautiful luxury $400 million piece of machinery is safe? Because this is the same country that's in bed with Iran and terrorism, and Iran has a hit out and wants Trump dead. And we've seen multiple attempts on his life. And somebody responded, oh, you don't think the Secret Service vetted that plane to make sure that it was safe and there was no shenanigans in play? To which my response, without replying, was the same Secret Service that had Trump all buttoned up on July 13th or on his golf course in Florida in September. See, you have to go next level sometimes. So I don't really care one way or the other. I know it's not a great look, but I have far bigger issues to worry about than who's getting gifted what. Although, again, I'm a lot like Sean. I don't like the look, but then again, this is probably something to do with Kushner, if I had to guess. He's cozy. He's cozy with those boys.
Yeah, but I think part of it is Trump. When you hear that clip, and I played it yesterday because I think he said that mid-morning yesterday, and so he's irked that this is an old plane. Remember when President Biden had an episode? We never really learned fully what happened. He was in Vegas out west, and they rushed him back. Remember that?
Oh, that's right,
And they
yes.
said the plane was shaking because it was like concerning. So Trump is obviously irked that all the regulations and whatever's going on with all the delays, he wants a new plane. So I don't know what's going on.
Why does he
I
need a
don't think this
palace
is-
on wheels?
He doesn't. What he always does is he uses this. Look at how much everybody's talking about this stupid plane. And so what is he doing? This is now everybody's talking about, why can't Boeing do the plane? Why do they have these regulations? Yeah, why don't we have a new plane in 40 years? Yeah, remember the plane was shaking, and yeah, remember this? And how secure is a plane that's 40 years old? And why don't they do a luxury plane? Everybody's talking about the freaking plane. So that's what he does. He puts something out there. He just like spits it out there. Everybody talks about it. And I guarantee you, they're going to hurry up the process of Boeing making the freaking plane.
And
Just
not,
make the plane.
Not to be outdone, Sean Hannity tonight at 9 o'clock will have an exclusive interview on the new plane with Donald Trump. Where
I don't care about the plane.
Where he will speak over Trump mid-interview. Hannity's going to be taking a shower in there.
You wanna talk? House homeless vets. Take the plane, sell it, and then house all the homeless vets. How about that?
I'd be on board with that.
How about that, guys?
Well, now you're rounding back to my argument.
It's
on,
3D chess.
On the
it's 3D chess.
South Africans. Okay. Seriously, think about that. We, you heard Gavin Newsom 20 years ago campaigned on cleaning up the homelessness. 20 years later, still there. Yeah, same thing with Kensington and Philadelphia, cleaning that up. How quickly could we, in a nation that has the money that we have?
91 LSXer brings up a good point. In the 9 o'clock hour yesterday, Dawn said DJT wouldn't accept the plane.
In the 9
wouldn't
o'clock
he
hour?
wouldn't accept it?
No. Dawn said yesterday that
Well, he
Trump
accept-
wouldn't.
I
wouldn't accept
thought
the
he
plane.
accepted it already yesterday.
I wouldn't. It's been sitting there. It's been there, and the point is that Qatar. I hate calling it Qatar because that's a good
Nobody
mosquito.
calls it that. Yeah, nobody calls it that either.
Some people in the media say Qatar.
Yeah,
How about if I just
think
call
it's
it
Qatar.
S-hole?
But Qatar to
It's
me
actually
is a
not.
good mosquito repellent. It's really the eucalyptus, lemon oil, lemongrass stuff is good.
Yeah.
Anyway, the plane has been there for quite some time. Will he actually use it because they do have to clear it and vet it, whatever? And so it very well may end up in the Trump library. I just don't think it's this huge deal. I don't think that he'll actually use this as Air Force One. I don't. I
was just going to ask, where does
mark this tape?
You can mark it.
828.
Where does Trump Force One go then if he decides to discard this?
I don't think he'll use it as Trump Force One, only because they do have to clear the thing. You know what I mean? To me, I really believe this is more of. I mean, maybe they keep saying it's not a gift, by the way.
And let's also clarify too. A lot of our other stances, because I know we have people that tune in and out all the time, living your life. Checking in and out. I have no problem with Trump Force One. I mean, he bought and paid for that himself. He can fly it, do whatever the hell he wants with it. Didn't come out of my pocket. My beef is with Bernie and AOC fighting climate change and then using our tax dollars to the tune of $221,000 to fly all over creation privately on our dime.
Why does he need a palace on wheels? Why?
See, it's not a matter of whether he needs it. My point of contention, because in the grand scheme of it, it's not a major deal, and I wouldn't make it a major deal if it was Biden, because it's not coming out of my pocket. It's coming from the Saudis.
You all would make a yes.
No, I wouldn't. Again, as long as I don't have to pay for it.
What about Burisma?
Well, that's where I'm going. My question is, what relationship has been had? Because nobody just gives you $400 million plane. Nobody I don't care how the Saudis with all their oil money, nobody just gives you that. I would like to know, to your point of Hunter Biden, what's old Kushner up to? What's Kushner up to?
I mean,
That's what I want to
by the
know.
way, it's not just him. Pam Bondi has close ties to
And before anybody gets all in their feelings, I didn't vote for Jared Kushner. I don't give a flying poop about Jared Kushner. All I care about is the guy I voted for in office. I don't care about his circle.
He's also not a Republican, by the way.
Who, Kushner?
For all you people.
I don't care about Kushner. He's irrelevant to me. But all the Trump girls and the Trump boys, they can bang whoever they want. It does not matter to me. Date Tiger Woods, date Phil Mickelson, date another chick, have girl on girl. I don't care.
We are on fire.
All I care about is my president.
Your what?
My president. Oh. I don't care about the rest of them.
Boom.
But something tells me, yeah, there was a deal. You know, you go to law school, you take Contracts 101. A contract is when there's a meeting of the minds. You give something and you get something in return. You just don't get I can't even get free food sometimes at Odyssey. And this guy's getting a $400 million plane.
How about we sell the plane and instead of bringing down prescription drugs, we just pay off everybody's medical debts.
No.
How about that?
Nope. Can't do that. Your medical debt is your problem. I have to pay off my medical debt. You have to pay off yours. I paid off my college loan. Well, almost. You pay off yours.
I guarantee
I'm consistent. You guys can't. Nobody can catch me in anything. You see that? You guys learned that after 3 years here on the show? Man of conviction and consistency.
Don't tempt fate. I would say this about Trump. I really think that I would not be surprised that Boeing gets busy and they do what they have to do to refurbish Air Force One.
Look,
So this is 3D chess in Don Stanley's world.
In part, but what he described, and I apologize, it wasn't in the 9 o'clock hour. It was actually it was coming into the 10. Remember, Trump came on about right before 10 that he did that news conference and he was asked about this. But what he described was more of a barter situation, that they're bartering over all of these deals.
Barter, yeah. We have stricter rules against payola in radio than politicians have against
in the Commonwealth
with
we're
foreign
allowed to barter.
Governments. By the way, PA Pyrotechnic fan, wasn't Bondi doing some lobbying for Qatar before her?
They all bunch
her
of them
appointment.
were.
Yes,
Yep.
she was. Yes, she
Bunch
was.
of them were.
So was Kash Patel.
Yep.
Yeah, I have no idea what Pam Bondi does these days. One last thing. To me, if you're looking at it, what I try to do is look at it from the common man perspective.
Yes.
Forget, I don't get this. This is why I don't get caught up in these oligarchy conversations and taxing the 1% and all this other crap. I'm not infatuated with super wealthy and what rules they get away with and what rules they can bend or break. But I would say this: instead of the president, regardless of who it is, politics aside, getting a 400, how about we just fix what's going on at Newark or Atlanta? For the rest of us that normally just, unlike Bernie Sanders, who's too busy to go from rally to rally to fly public and commercial, he's got to fly private. Why don't we just get it to the point where, I don't know, Newark is not outdated from 1991 technology? I mean, that goes back how many presidencies now? We've had the Bushes for 8 years. We've had the Clintons for 8 years. We had Obama for 8 years. We had Trump for 4, Biden for 4, and Trump for 4. How about we fix the copper wiring or whatever it is that Dawn talks about with these delays and these mass groundings where nobody can take off? By the way, did you know on Mother's Day, Atlanta International Airport was completely grounded, top to bottom,
You're
for
grounded.
another issue?
Yeah. You're grounded.
45 minutes.
How about we fix that?
Ground stop.
Again, this is where I go back to South Africa. How about we worry about our vets? How about we fix the things that should be automatically just assumed in the great country that is the United States of America in 2025? And yet we've got technology in our airline industry that's as dated as the Nintendo Entertainment System with Duck Hunt. Really?
I love Duck Hunt.
Really?
Remember the great Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act? That was, what was that, 2021? So I was looking that up. 1.2 trillion for transportation and infrastructure spending. Remember that?
Yeah, well, you had to get rid of
1.2 trillion.
you had to
Where'd that
fix-
money go?
You had to fix the bridges that were racist. Remember Mayor Pete said that
Did they
there's
fix all those?
Systemic racism has been built into bridges, into communities to prevent certain marginalized communities from reaching certain sections of town.
Which bridges were fixed?
I don't know.
Did we fix any of our bridges?
Certainly
I
none
don't
of mine in
any
Montgomery
bridges.
County. Potholes
1.2
everywhere.
trillion.
Yeah.
Where'd all that money go?
I'm on one today. What am I
Me
paying?
too.
What am I paying for in Whitpain Township, by the way? Phil, Jimmy, get me whoever runs Whitpain Township on the line. Where are my tax dollars going? Every pike has a hole in it.
Yeah.
The Cow Pike, Skipback Pike, Germantown Pike, Butler Pike. Pike, pothole, 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 pike.
Can we get
For
into
what?
We should take a break, but can we get into the pharmaceutical drug?
Yeah. Let's make America healthy again.
Next,
Because I'm eating raspberries as we do the cut.
I'm dying to hear what you guys think about these new, Because this is, guys, I got to tell you, man, this is straight out of Bernie Sanders' playbook.
Okay.
Right? I mean, how many times has he talked about bringing down drug prices? Right? That's been like the
A lot of people talked about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
Nobody did it.
You've got that next?
We'll do that next, yeah.
All right. Kayal and Company, Cut Sheet continues. By the way, raspberries, very good for you. Enjoy your raspberries. You can make America healthy. You make yourself healthy again. 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home. Make a statement for spring with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorite, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
I love sticking people.
Kayal and Company, as we roll on 8:40, it is a Tuesday morning, a fired up, wired Tuesday edition of the Cut Sheet. All three of us just firing fastballs in some form or fashion, including Lebo, Inspector Lee 1 on X, who says 20273 Butler Pike and Germantown Road, as well as Township Line Road, are all state-owned and sort of maintained roads. Okay, I understand they are state roads. Well, then, who's the top guy in the state right now? Well, that would be the governor, Josh Shapiro, Montgomery County's own. I would have figured that you'd have this project completed by now. So for all of our Montgomery County listeners, from what I've read, is that area, that big square, is not going to be completed until at earliest 2027 through 2029. I mean, I know I'm new to Montgomery County, but did they just let that entire area go to hell for 30 years and then decide, like, post-pandemic, hey, let's fix everything at once and take 8 years to do so? Unacceptable, by the way. All right, enough local politics.
Rosie O'Donnell says the 2024 election was rigged by President Trump.
Can't say that. You're not allowed to say that. It's against those are not the rules that the Democrats put in place years ago.
Yeah. Rosie, she's still in Ireland, right?
I was just going to say, boy, for somebody who apparently loves the choice that she made, living her best life with the Irish, which I would love to go to Ireland one day. If anybody wants to start a GoFundMe for my Ireland golf trip, I'm on board. Boy, she can't quit thinking about Trump, can she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully looks like it cleared up. I don't know if you guys remember this, but she posted a video a couple months ago where she had a big a big herpes sore on her lip.
Yeah, those little blisters.
She was talking about it. She was talking about it. So, like, I'm not saying anything out of school because she was talking about it.
Yeah.
Hopefully she took some medicine, got that cleared up.
Yeah.
Obviously she did.
She does not look healthy, though. She's aged very poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a female version of Mike Francesa.
All right, let's hear from Rosie O'Donnell.
Things are getting crazy over there in the U.S. of A. I
Well,
mean,
we're
they've
back.
been crazy for months now, right? At least 100 days. If he admits...
By the way, this is titled Monday Ramble.
Monday Ramble. Well, that's accurate.
Yeah.
Right? You just go live on TikTok and just spout off incoherently.
Yeah.
You would think if she's going to do a Monday Ramble, maybe formulate it like a big take, right?
You
know,
would think.
type it up, insert a clip here or there.
You would think, put it, get it more succinct.
Yeah.
Put some thought into it.
By the way, every time I see the glasses on the left of her eyebrow, it always looks like she's got an eyebrow piercing.
It does, yes.
Doesn't it?
I think she does.
Oh,
Nick.
does she? I thought maybe those were like barbed wire fencing around her frames to keep like.
I could be wrong, but I believe she does have the the piercing there.
Yeah.
What happened on my video, Phil?
I don't know. There we go. He's coming back to it.
I roll
It's one more time that the election was rigged. I mean, why is he allowed to admit this over and over again and no one does anything about it? It's very obvious that it was. And he keeps saying it because he has like some form of dementia or something that he can't help but tell on himself for what he's done, as he has always. Or he puts it on someone else, exactly what he has done. But it's very, very overwhelming. And I can't even begin to talk about the ICE raids and who the hell are these ICE people, and their names are going to come out. And boy, if they could see themselves the way the rest of Americans see them. That would be a wake-up call, don't you think? For sure.
At what point do you just you're just speaking into the void? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, the sad part is she actually has a massive following.
She does?
Let me check what her following is on TikTok. Sadly, I'm guaranteeing you it's easily six figures. I know, I guess in the grand scheme of things, that's not really great these days, but still, there's still 100,000 wackos that value what she has to say.
Yeah.
She's got 2.6 million followers.
Wow.
So who are these ICE agents? Rosie, they're federal law enforcement officials sent here to carry out the most important task from the last election. But let's go back to what she is saying about Trump admitting that the 2024 election was rigged.
Yeah.
Is she, I mean, maybe she is the one that's really going through dementia or whatever she said Trump is going through. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was rigged. I haven't heard Trump say anything about the outcome or the results of 2024.
Yeah, she doesn't know what she's talking about.
What is she babbling about? And by the way, speaking of bizarre pets and animals, what do you think the odds are that she's doing some weird stuff with pigeons? And I mean, remember she had the bit when she was on her porch with the squirrel?
Yep. Yeah. Hey, we'll get to the prescription drug prices in a second, but I wanted to round back to something. If you just joined us this morning at 8:45, first of all, thank you. But I want to round back to the meltdowns because we reported at 7:30 that on this day 17 years ago, a YouTuber by the name of Offbeat Earth posted the infamous Bill O'Reilly rant. Somebody on the YouTube chat said something to the effect of, "Oh, he left Inside Edition at 1995, so how can it be 17?" No, it was 17 years ago that this video was released.
Right.
And it brought us here. Yeah, let me just play. Hang on. I'm just going to play a couple seconds of this.
Yeah, I think it was Marcus Aurelius also said on X that clip's from like the early to mid 90s, and then
yes, I know when it's from. It was released. It was, let's just play a little bit of it. Roll it, Phil.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
No, there it is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but...
Yeah, we're going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay. Ready? Sure.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean, to play us out?
Sting is going to do, it's a video.
Yeah.
Sting video.
Stupid.
What is...
For credits.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean?
How long has he been in TV?
Play us out of the segment.
Yeah, you dummy.
Yeah.
Like, we don't play music on this show to end the segment.
5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Okay, in 5, 4, 3.
I love it.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with I can't do it.
His bad hair piece.
Okay. We'll do it live.
Is that a piece?
I don't know if it's a piece, but it's...
We'll do it live! Do it live! I'll write it, and we'll do it live!
17 years ago.
Thing sucks!
That's how I feel about my call screener.
Yeah.
4, 3.
It jams up.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. Okay. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album.
All right, we got it. So it's a 17-year. And by the way, for everybody, because I got a lot of comments, because apparently there's a lot of Bill O'Reilly fans. I didn't realize that there were.
Yeah, from back in the day, absolutely.
Yeah. But there, a lot of people were like, "How is that any different from you blowing up on, we start at 6 a.m. We start at 6 a.m. The difference.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
The difference, Smooth Brains, is that.
Wait, is that a handle or you just said an insult?
No, it's an insult. The difference is that I only do that on the air. I don't do that behind the scenes.
Yes.
The real D-bags are the ones who do it behind the scenes. Right. I do it on the air. Ask anybody. I've never blown up at anybody here on my staff.
Yeah.
That's not on the air.
I've never had a true meltdown on anybody that I worked with, whether it was a producer, quote, I hate to say below you, but as a host, because I've been in both roles. I've been a producer for guys like Tony Bruno, worked my way up. I've become a host. I've never had a true blow up. But I did tell Jimmy Kelly during one of the breaks, and I said, hey, I sent this idea about let's try to get this guest on. Instead of commenting along and partaking in creating a text thread show, how about we just jump on trying to reach out to this individual? So, but to me, the difference is you can't demean the people that work their ass off for you for a shell of what you get paid.
Agreed.
And I've always respected that, and I've always never forgotten that, because when I was working for Tony Bruno, I was making $27,000 a year in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get it.
Yeah. So
some of these guys don't get it because they didn't have to go to that route, right?
My whole point is that if you do it, if you blow up on air, it's entertaining for the audience. I never do that off air. If you see the people who do it off air, they have some issues. Now, why I'm bringing this back again is because we talked about other meltdowns. Let's start with Casey Kasem, shall we?
Keep your feet to the ground. And you want to have a meltdown? Where is she?
Jesus mighty.
What now?
All right, let's roll Casey Kasem when this is one of the outtakes when he was doing one of his dedications.
We're up to our long-distance dedication. And this one is about kids and pets and a situation that we can all understand, whether we have kids or pets or neither. It's from a man in Cincinnati, Ohio, and here's what he writes. Dear Casey, this may seem to be a strange dedication request, but I'm quite sincere, and it'll mean a lot if you play it. Recently, there was a death in our family. He was a little dog named Snuggles, but he was most certainly a part of... Let's go start again. I'm coming out of the record. Play the record, okay? Yep. Please. See, when you come out of those up-tempo numbers, man, it's impossible to make those transitions.
I agree.
And then you got to go into somebody dying.
Yep.
You know, they do this to me all the time. I don't know what the hell they do it for, but we can't come out of a slow record. I don't understand it. Is Don on the phone?
Get him on.
Okay, I want a concerted effort to come out of a record that isn't a tempo record every time I do a death dedication. Now, make it, and I also want to know what happened to the pictures I was supposed to see this week. Because last time, I want somebody to use his brain to not come out of a record that is that's up-tempo, and I got to talk about a dog dying.
Yeah. I mean, look, I had to go from a cat being boiled on the stove to a live read for Piazza Auto Group. You think that's an easy transition? You think it's easy to keep the energy of this show up when Stalker comes back with a bump that doesn't hit the chorus for 48 seconds? And I feel like I'm reading a eulogy? Can somebody help the talent out for once? I stand with Casey. By the way, passed away. He was 82 when he died.
By the way, if we're ranking Casey Kasem versus Bill O'Reilly, I could have told you Bill O'Reilly was the D-bag. Casey Kasem, absolutely not.
Really?
So that is way better than the Bill O'Reilly thing.
Passed away in 2014. Yeah. What year did his show? I remember as a kid growing up hearing his top 40 thing on the weekend when I was riding around with my parents.
It went long into.
It did
after he was no longer
with it.
Yeah, Christian Bale. You remember the Christian Bale rant?
I love it.
I want you off the set.
What don't you effing understand?
No, don't just be sorry. Think for 1 second. What the are you doing? Are you professional or not? Yes, I am. Do I walk around and rip that? No, shut the Bruce. Do I want? No. No. Don't shut me up. Am I going to walk around and rip your lights down?
Yeah.
In the middle of a scene? Then why the are you walking right through? Da-da-da-da like this in the background. What the with you? What don't you understand?
Yeah.
You got any idea about, hey, it's distracting having somebody walking up behind Bryce in the middle of the scene?
Yep.
Give me a answer. What don't you get about it?
What don't you?
I was looking at the light.
Oh, good
for you.
And how was it? I hope it was good because it's useless now, isn't it?
Yeah.
These people, just the worst.
Yep. It is distracting. No, it is distracting. I'm going to defend Christian Bale there. I don't want to see people walking in Stalker's studio in the middle of a big take. I'm trying to read my script, deliver it like it's a television broadcast, like I'm reading off of a teleprompter. I don't need you walking in to hand out printed live reads. Do it before?
All right. Christian Bale, better than Casey Kasem. So that's number one. Casey Kasem, number two. O'Reilly, number three. Let's move on to Chris.
Wait, so you think Bale's blow up was better than Bill O'Reilly?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
I see. I
could have told. Yeah. Well. See, I would have thought that he was
better blow up or bigger D bag. Two different conversations.
He was I could have told you that Bale was a D bag. Great actor, D bag. Yeah. All right, Chris Berman.
When I'm doing TV and I got 18, can't everybody stop for 10 minutes? I mean, everybody seems that's the only. Everybody, can we stick?
Look at him.
I mean, it's not that much to ask. Is that when everybody has to move when I'm trying to concentrate? Jesus.
And you guys thought I was a pain.
I mean, it's so rude. I can't believe it. It's so rude. Just, why does everyone all of a sudden have to move? Got 2 hours to move around. Wait 10 minutes. Jesus. I'm sorry to explode by that, but it's like no one's ever worked on TV here before.
Yeah.
Jesus. f***ing under the kid. What the f*** do they think I'm doing? I actually can't believe what I just saw.
Yeah, me neither.
It's like no one here has worked on TV before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear a dial tone. And there were 7 people, though. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
We need to use the studio for 15 minutes. Just every,
All right, we have to break, but Phil, can you put up a poll question? Somebody in the YouTube chat suggested this. It's a good suggestion. Best rant. O'Reilly, Berman, Bale, Kasem.
Yeah. I'm going to vote. I'll save it for the other side.
Okay.
Hour number 4 of Kayal and Company is coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We got to talk about the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive. It's so easy. And get behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Or you can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Just go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text KETTLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KETTLE to 321-321. That's KETTLE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about this offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows. Hides the face, lies the snake, in the sun, in my disgrace. Boiling heat, summer stench, neath the black, the sky looks dead.
It's Kayal Company, 9:04. Tuesday morning. Cut sheet continues in a moment. Still ahead. A big 3 at the bottom of the hour. We will get to our morning mystery movie clip. Another chance to win a $50 gift card to Checkers. Fries scooped by a football star. That's right. Come to the drive-thru at Checkers, 9173 Roosevelt Boulevard in this Saturday in Philadelphia, May 17th, 6:30 to 7 p.m. to see who it is. I wonder who it is. 33 cents from every large fry sold all day long. We'll go to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Philadelphia. We'll also get to what occurred today in music history with Phil Almquist and what's on tap for the Dawn Show as we continue Stalker's never-ending Tuesday edition of the Cut Sheet.
Never ending. By the way, right now the poll is up. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you go over there. At least vote on the poll and hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. 216 likes. Thank you very much for that. I like it when we get above 200. So thank you for the likes. Make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons right now. Best rant, because today we said is the 17th anniversary of the release of the Bill O'Reilly Inside Edition Meltdown. So who had the best rant? Was it O'Reilly, Christian Bale, Casey Kasem, or Chris Berman? Bill O'Reilly right now with a clear lead at 48%. Casey Kasem, number 2 at 27. Christian Bale at 23, and Chris Berman at 3.
I would agree. Bill O'Reilly was my number 1. I would have gone Bill 1, Berman 2, Bale 3, Kasem 4.
Raymond, Ollie, all these guys that are texting me or tweeting me and telling me the Lawrence O'Donnell rant. Yes, I know the Lawrence O'Donnell rant was a good one, but he's such an unlikable D-bag anyway that it's not even like, of course he ranted at his poor staff, of course he did, because he's a horrible human.
That was the stop the hammering bit?
Stop the hammering, yeah.
But Chris Berman, at least, he was like, hey, I'm sorry to go off on the, he was more, I don't know, give me a little respect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wasn't demeaning and demoralizing like the others were.
Yeah.
And Casey Kasem, to talk about a dog, boom, that's number 1 for me.
I never knew that Casey could get angry.
Yeah.
To talk about, somebody's dog and the little girl, and you thought he believed those stories. And
by the way, we're closing in on 10,000 subscribers. Can you all you 906 listeners? You're my favorite listeners. You know that. Can you just go over to YouTube and just hit the subscribe button, please?
He says that to all the girls.
Just hit the subscribe button. It's free. It costs you nothing. And if we can get to 10K by the end of the month, I think that's a huge goal. It's a huge goal because we started at nothing.
Yeah, and while we're on this topic,
Get up, Harry!
Harry Mays, just worry about contributing to the cut sheet on the air when you're on Mondays.
Oh boy.
Don't worry about kissing stalkers' ass and saying, "Oh, we're behind on likes." You're not on here to follow the social media metrics.
Oh boy.
You're on here to give commentary.
Listen to you.
All right, Harry. Yeah, I'm coming for you too.
What did Harry do?
When the student becomes the teacher.
Ooh.
Let's go, Harry!
Ooh. What did he do?
I just, I heard him make that comment yesterday. I'm like, you're on here for an hour and a half. I need fastballs.
Don't let him fool you, Dawn. Nick and Harry are like best friends.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Be nice.
Sorry, did I let the cat out of the bag?
No, I think most people know that.
Okay. Be nice.
We're going to get to the price of prescription drugs in 1 second because I'm dying to hear both of your takes on this. I want to start with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who said, this is amazing to me. We played the video yesterday of them may or may not doing coke. Dawn had the correct take. It was certainly not cocaine, but it was just fun to do. It was fun to play. If you look at the video, there's no way it was cocaine, but it's hysterical.
Wait, so now you actually really do believe it was a tissue?
I never believed it was cocaine. It was just a fun bit to do.
Well, I'm all for bits. That legitimately looked like why would you act that way with a tissue? Again, as I was really analyzing,
it's nasty. It's a booger-laden tissue.
Yeah.
It's like, get your boogers off the table.
Oh God.
I mean, why would you put a
boogers on the
booger-laden
table?
tissue?
When did this
with
whole
your
world become
colleagues
full
in
of
the-
germaphobes? Wait, did COVID break everybody?
It did. It absolutely did.
I got news for you. Imperfect world. There's boogers everywhere.
Yeah.
There's snot everywhere.
Booger.
Everybody sneezes.
Am I doing a big 3?
Yes,
right.
at 9:30.
Yes, bottom of the hour.
They found a small nodule in Joe Biden's prostate. You know when you have your routine exam at the hospital, which everybody needs, and then you have to cough and the whole thing?
Yeah.
They found a nodule.
Any details on his brain?
Nick. All right. We'll get more details.
You're in
of that
Philadelphia,
at the
so
bottom of the
details
hour.
on the nodule.
Oh, hopefully he's okay.
So what's happening in the UK right now, by the way, because they just let anybody in. We talk about assimilation, you know what I mean? Like what's happening in the UK?
London is falling.
It's 100%.
Yeah.
And Keir Starmer addressed it yesterday. Roll it.
Let me put it this way.
Yes.
Nations depend on rules.
And baggies.
Fair rules. Sometimes they're written down.
Wow.
Often they're not. But either way, they give shape to our values, guide us towards our rights, of course.
Of course.
But also our responsibilities, the obligations we owe to each other. Now, in a diverse nation like ours, and I celebrate that,
here we go.
These rules become even more important.
Yeah.
Without them, we risk becoming an island of strangers, not a nation that walks forward together. So when you have an immigration system that seems almost designed to permit abuse, that encourages some businesses to bring in lower-paid workers rather than invest in our young people, or simply one that is sold by politicians to the British people on an entirely false premise, then you're not championing growth.
Wow.
You're not championing justice, or however else people defend the status quo. You're actually contributing to the forces that are slowly pulling our country apart. So yes, I believe in this. I believe we need to reduce immigration significantly.
Wow.
That's why some of the policies in this white paper go back nearly 3 years. Why I told the Labour Party conference, taking back control is a Labour argument. And why, most importantly of all, inward migration is already falling with this government.
It's unbelievable to me to hear these pretty liberal politicians now touting this.
Yeah.
You know, so
well, he's technically from the Labour Party in the UK, not the Conservative Party, not the Reform
Socialists.
Yeah.
But it's unbelievable because he sounds like Trump. You
Well,
know what I mean?
it's really interesting that when you look whether it's in this country or around the globe, the bandwagon effect, to some extent, that Trumpism has, right? Whether it's the billionaires rushing over to get in his good graces like Zuckerberg, whether it's those clowns on MSNBC, hubby and wife in the morning that want to kiss the ring, whether it's, and look, it started with Trump in 2016, but we've seen the rise of these, I want to call them common sense populist platforms. Look at Argentina, right, with Milei. So there's a market for it. And the only question is, are you buying it as a consumer, or is it a fraudulent act? That guy might have said the right thing there. Is he actually going to put it into practice now?
Yeah, I know.
He just won his election, last year in 2024, right?
Yeah. I mean, they have to do something because it's an uprising, because you really get these people in there who don't have the United Kingdom in mind and are just there to cause crap.
Well, Kristen and I have some good friends down in Nolensville, Tennessee, just outside of Nashville. They're British, and her husband, his name is Phil. He's conservative, but he's not a huge Trump guy, and he says he would never go back to the UK with where it is now. And he's 52 or 53. He says the where it is now versus where it was 15 years ago when they came to America, not even close.
By the way, Nick, I want to get to this. 35 here. Pope Leo's brother was on Piers Morgan last night.
When is he going to be on this show?
Lou.
I want Lou.
Lou.
Yes, the right brother, because we always get the wrong brother.
He explained his controversial tweets, his controversial stances to Piers. Roll it.
They're not controversial.
I've been very quiet, biting my tongue at some of the stuff that is out there on social media. Because I don't want to create waves that don't need to be there. Because
Big Lou,
I'm a MAGA
He's on
type,
social
and
too.
I have my beliefs. I don't need to create heat for him. He's going to have enough to handle as it is, without the press going, the Pope's brother says this.
Well, the Pope's brother also
said
that. You reposted a meme in October 20. Well, I'll give you 3 more. October 24. It was a meme showing an asylum with the caption, "Where the woke lived before the 70s. Earlier this year, you reshared a post that said, "Please pray for the 33% who approve of Biden that they be healed of their mental affliction." And in August, you posted referring to an alleged incident where illegal immigrants tried to hijack a bus of children between the gangs and the illegals, creating all sorts of havoc without any punishment. The current administration just keeps letting criminals pour across our borders. Like you say, this is the kind of stuff you would expect from a very pro-Trump MAGA supporter. Probably not what people are used to from the Pope's brother. So, the
Pope's brother.
2 questions. Have you had anyone from the Vatican call you and say, you got to ease off the gas? And will you be changing your social media strategy going forward, Lewis?
Has the Catholic Church censored you?
Okay. No one has contacted me yet. I'm hoping that it doesn't get that far, but you never know. as this stuff comes up. Because I have posted some pretty, sometimes I like to go stir the pot too. Like I feel some of the people on the other side do. They just throw stuff out there.
Yeah.
A lot like I think President Trump does. He says things just to stir the pot. Because it's fun to like get into some of these debates with people sometimes from the other side. But no, like I said, going forward, I've realized now that I see some of this coming back at me, that I should probably tone it down.
No, you should. No.
Backed off a lot of media, and I don't see myself really getting too much involved in that, at least, and especially until I've had a chance to actually talk with my brother and see what his mental, what he thinks. Has he felt any of it or heard any of it come back his way?
Yeah.
But he knows I am who I am. He's well aware of my position. He knows I'm probably not going to change, and I don't think I will, other than to just, like you say, tone it down. Maybe that comment that says, Trump ought to be in jail or Trump ought to be hung, that I would normally go back to and at why. Do you think I'll just read it and smile and go, okay, I'm not gonna get into it with these people anymore. For all I know now, going forward, that the name is out there and people, they might be trying to bait me to say something they can use to get at him. So
I think that's very, very true and very.
By the way,
Pope Lou, you do not dial it back,
Louis,
Pope.
I'm sure.
By the way, Shave says for penance he must do 10 woots and 5 mustards.
5 mustard.
Mustard.
He looks very tan.
He does.
Yeah.
He lives in Port Charlotte.
Pope Leo's brother.
I like him. Now I got to rip Piers Morgan. You can't call yourself Piers Morgan Uncensored and leave this lady out of it.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
The tweet that I read from Lou, because he's on social too, is regards to the tariffs. He said, quote, "Oh, but back in the 90s, Nancy Pelosi, that drunk C word, 4-letter word, was all for the tariffs against China." Come on, Piers. Yep. You buried the lead here.
Yep.
He torched and had the receipts of Nancy Pelosi. You didn't even bring that up.
We will get to. I've been teasing prescription drug prices, but I want to do this before we end the cut sheet. I missed Fight Club today, so you know what happens when you miss Fight Club. I don't know what happens, but
you get a spanking.
And so this happened on Mother's Day. It was a Mother's Day brawl at a Golden Corral in Chicago. So you see two.
Well, let's just establish the expectation here. If your Mother's Daying it at Golden Corral,
it's not the Bluebell Inn, folks.
You don't need a reservation in February.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video every day, as long as I can find them. We will have some sort of fight because I believe fights are funny. And I think they get people to watch. So we're going to do a Fight Club every day on the cut sheet for as long as I can sustain it. It'll probably sustain as long as the voicemail is sustained.
By the way, that was brought up to me a few weeks ago.
Yeah, well,
people asked where it went.
Yeah, I mean, we just have we don't have a lot of time. You know what I mean? Like 4 hours isn't enough.
There's a lot to jam in the 9 o'clock hour.
That's the problem. You're right. All right. So this is these are two older ladies fighting at the Golden Corral in Chicago. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll it. Oh! Look at this! Oh, look at another one gets in.
4, 5.
Wow.
Well, you never know, man. That whole spread could dry up really quickly. You were told you were getting X amount of plates for your money.
Heifer's gonna hit.
Oh, man, can you imagine?
I like that. Heifer's gonna hef.
We wonder where these kids get it from. They get it from their parents.
Well, the reality is, if you eat Golden Corral, you have to burn it off. So why not burn it off by assaulting your fellow friends and family? in a nice dress.
Unbelievable.
Beautiful sundress on. Nice little overthrow there, right? At least no wigs went flying this time.
This is true.
That usually happens in Vegas at a gas station at 2 a.m.
Wigs and weaves. They always go flying. You know what I mean? Like it's so.
Head on a swivel, kids.
I will try and hey, Scopinich, get selling this Fight Club every day at sometime before the cut sheet ends.
You want me to go down there at 10 and start rallying up the base?
Yeah.
I'll get in there and go up on the stage.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit
be
the
like
subscribe
Doge.
and like button.
I'll be like Doge. What did you sell last week? What's your name? Were you new? Did you do a little tour? Get out on the road.
All right. Are we going to hear about Joe Biden's nodule next?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway. Hard, firm nodule.
Oh, boy.
Found right here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Not good.
I mean, was he 82, 83? Mm-hmm. Yeah, at some point, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but at some point, for dudes, the prostate gets you. It does.
Mm-hmm.
What's the age? Were is it 50? Or have they lowered it to
like
the 40s?
40, 30, late 30s. It depends on your family's history as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm 41 and I've yet to have it.
Yeah, I'm 45 and I think I'm going for all my exams this year.
You want to go together?
No.
What do you mean? When you go to the doctor, you don't bend over and cough? You don't do that whole thing? That's part of this.
No.
No?
No.
Bend over and cough.
Mm-hmm, that's what they tell you.
What kind of doctor should you go to?
Dawn, I'll be
love
down.
my doctor.
Dawn, I'll be down to your booth in the next break.
Your doctor's like, Miss Stenson, please bend over and cough.
Hold off.
You know what I mean?
Hold off on that big three for a moment.
Oh
Dawn.
my Lord! All right, big three next.
Stay right there.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text KETTLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KETTLE to 321-321. That's KETTLE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Been spending most of their lives living in a pastime paradise. Been spending
Kayal and Company. It's a content paradise. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10. From the health of Joe Biden to the health of our economy, lots of news coming down here in the last hour or so. Dawn's Big Three coming up in a moment, but also, I would be remiss if we didn't bring up the fact that 1 year ago today, our great pal, who's actually streaming us from heaven this morning in the Odyssey app, our buddy Sid Weiss passed away a year ago today. So a big shout out to our great listener, Sarah Weiss, who we saw at Politics and Pints, as well as Inauguration Day at the NAC back in January. Just wanted to pass that along from one of our guys on social media. I think that was that Kevin Poles that sent that?
Yes.
Kevin Poles.
Yeah, I had planned on. I was going to say it with the Big Three, but it's also Sarah's.
Sorry.
No. It's also Sarah Weiss. It's her birthday. So I mean, it's kind of bittersweet, but
yeah.
I know that Sid is wishing you love and a happy birthday from heaven.
Yeah,
we love you, Sarah. Sarah went on the Italy trip, conservativetours.com, with us, so we're buds, and was obviously just the other night with us at that great Phoenixville Theater.
Right. Correct.
So we love you, Sarah, and we love Sid Weiss in heaven.
Yep, there you go. Big Phillies fan as well. All right, let's get caught up in the world of news. It is time for a Dawn Stenzel Big Three at 9:29.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, as President Joe Biden, for his doing the right thing, which you got to keep up on all of your different checkups, and so he went for his checkup. We're told here at one of our great hospital facilities, I believe UPenn here in Philadelphia, but they found a small, hard nodule on his prostate that needs, quote, further evaluation. And so it was found during his routine physical exam. That's a good thing. He's going for his routine physicals. We know that a couple years ago, Then President Biden had that cancerous lesion removed from his chest before entering office and had multiple non-melanoma skin cancer spots removed with Mohs surgery, etc. But in this one, they're saying that as far as this goes, they need to watch this very carefully.
Axios just had a story. This was 6:22 a.m. exclusive. Joe Biden's physical deterioration was so severe that advisors privately discussed the possibility that he would need to use a wheelchair if he won re-election. That is according to the new book that is written by Alex Thompson and Jake Tapper.
And Jake...
What a weasel.
Nothing
to see here.
The same crew that wanted to wheel him out for a second term.
Yep.
Oh, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Legitimately writing in their book for profit that had Joe stayed in the race and was not swapped out for Kamala, had he have defeated Donald Trump, he would serve his second term constricted to a wheelchair. Great.
Oh, that is disgraceful.
But yet you just, it's a right-wing conspiracy theory. Joe Biden is deteriorating. Oh, it's the best Joe we've ever seen. What did Jill say on The View? He lays in bed going over his briefings at night while I read my fables. Liar.
So weird.
God.
And the more this comes out, and if indeed those audio tapes of the Robert Hur interview,
release the tapes,
then you see a different image. You see all of these people who were basically committing elder abuse of somebody who should have been able to retire with dignity, right? Instead of being propped up like Bernie's weekend or whatever that,
Yep. Well, they've done the same thing with Dianne Feinstein, 90 years old.
It's weird.
They did the same thing with Fetterman until Fetterman was deemed replaceable because of his stance in the Middle East. That's what they do.
Since there's a local tie to this as well, talking about the Federal Aviation Administration. So they've, among other things, launching this emergency task force to ensure the safety, among other system upgrades, much needed upgrades. So we have all of this information, and in part from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy at that news conference that happened yesterday. But Duffy blaming recent telecommunications issues at Newark Liberty International on former President Joe Biden's administration, and claiming it mishandled a move of air traffic control from New York to Philadelphia just last year. And so saying in part that the administration had moved the terminal radar approach control, which is known as TRACON, without properly hardening the telecom lines that are feeding the data. So they did not. For all of you techies, I have no idea what this is, because my only technical skill is turning it off and then turning it back on.
Same here.
But they did not. They discovered that they did not properly harden the telecom lines that feed all of the data, and that's why all the screens went blank.
As I said earlier in the show, I'm still trying to figure out the new debit card machines at Giant in the checkout line. So, damn it, I don't know any of this stuff. Nope.
And someday it'll be all crypto.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's carnival season this time of year. A lot of community carnivals, but in this case, a night of what should have been family fun. And this is, I'm taking you to South Jersey. It really stinks because this was spoiled by this large group of juveniles, the Utes, who the police had to come in and arrest. There were injuries, property damage.
Is there a description of the juveniles?
I do, sir. I do not. Sir,
Okay.
I do not have a description.
South African refugees for 1,000.
Afrikaners. Carnival, this is Belmar, New Jersey. They were forced to shut down this past weekend because they had hundreds of these Utes, the juveniles, huge festival. Everything was wonderful, and families and children and babies. And so they had to arrest all of these people. They had huge fights that broke out. And I was just really unfortunate.
Here's how we curtail this, because you know what's going to happen. We're going to have these stories as we get past Memorial Day weekend through Labor Day at the Jersey Shore, right? Rowdy Utes, the boardwalk, the families being disrupted, curfews, the whole thing. Here's what we do. Remember the scene from Jaws when Chief Brody was up in the Shark Tower and he's ringing the bell? We put Zioli in the Shark Tower with the megaphone as Megaphone Bernie, and he can spot out and shout down to the people that are unruly, assist with law enforcement, get these lawless idiots off of the property so people can enjoy their family time. How about that?
Shafe asked, what cars were they driving? Well, we're going to find out what cars they were driving before we find out any description of the quote-unquote juveniles.
That's right.
Juveniles. Ugh.
How does your vehicle identify?
Yes. So in all, even though there were hundreds involved in this, only 3 of these youths, these juveniles, 3 arrested. At least 2 people we know were injured by the end of the night. A lot of these family carnivals, and we've talked about this over the years, that they're canceling them across the region. Remember that?
This is why we can't have nice things.
It's a sin.
Tear gas and rubber bullets.
We were talking about this because there was another one in Montgomery County that we were talking about that was a long-time carnival. We always went to it. I think that they need to start maybe ticketing, maybe residents only, and that you're ticketed in advance or something, just to avoid this kind of, spontaneity and these crowds that swarm and then cause all this property damage. And then the community is doing this nice thing, but the cost is so cumbersome, and the police have to be called in. Then you have to pay for all this overtime.
And then the question is, do you have the resources?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sin.
The whole cluster.
I don't think I had a sponsor, Greg Shocker.
You did not.
So that is our big 3.
All right. Speaking of the burbs, let me just mention this story. We had this on the show sheet for the local segment that we did from Jersey to Upper Darby. This is in White Marsh Township. It was just over there 2 weeks ago at the Travis Manion golf outing in Lafayette Hill. So terrorism fears have canceled the suburban 4th of July parade. This is in White Marsh Township, all of 10 minutes from where I live.
Terrorism fears?
PhillyMag.com. Victor, I always forget how you say it.
Fiorillo.
Yeah, I like him. He's solid. Good writer. In less than 2 months, thousands of small towns around the United States will host 4th of July parades complete with classic cars, cute kids in patriotic garb, and a bounty of American flags waving in the wind, as they have been doing so for many decades. But you can cross White Marsh Township off of that list. White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. They have released a statement. Quote, "We are canceling our annual 4th of July parade. We came to this point after hearing from township staff, our police department, and our emergency management office in light of recent events. They had conducted a thorough review of safety at the parade, including vehicle control, and concluded that holding the event presented an unnecessary risk to the community. We thank them for their time and expertise. Safety is and always will be our top priority. Not a cliche here in White Marsh. We say it, we mean it." He goes on to say in the last 35 years, he's represented the police department in some form or fashion. But due to the rising acts motivated by hate, anti-Semitism, racism, and many other motivations, too numerous to mention, blah, 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 blah. You know what this reminds me of, or what I really think this is about? This is about allowing these anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. And I'm kind of torn on this. In part, I want to blame all of the authorities for not being tougher on it and nipping it in the bud, right? But then the other side of me also wants to criticize them for bowing down in an act of cowardice. And I get protecting public safety the whole bit, but you're bending the knee to these individuals? To me, I would argue, no, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July. And we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition. Now, I don't know what details they have. I don't know what they've been tipped off to. I'm reading this from PhillyMag.com, just like anybody else can. But this actually just the mere notion that it would be canceled for whatever reason, right or wrong, no matter which side you like, that's disheartening.
Nick, you know right where this is.
Oh, yes.
This is like I've gone to this every year for forever. And even my sons, when they were in Boy Scouts, and they participated in this parade, it's right. So they culminate right there at Joshua Park, right across from the Wawa, Germantown Pike, and they go through Lafayette. It's like wonderful, a wonderful parade. But the police chief he's being widely quoted as saying, there are all these different terror attacks. Even he quoted the one in New Orleans and the threat. But I will tell you, even for the Mummers Day Parade, because remember that happened right within the timeline.
Same
remember
hours.
of the the New Orleans. So the law enforcement, they were amazing here in Philadelphia to keep us all safe with canine units. And at the time, I still had my minivan, my Piazza minivan. So but they had to search everybody. They searched everybody's vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't go into a certain parameter. Think about the cost of that for a small community. And so I don't think there's anything underlying here. I think, honest to God, they're really upset about it. But because of all these different threats going on, they just say we can't burden the community with this kind of cost. Isn't that's a shame?
Well, it's a sin, but think about the lost revenue for that area with the amount of money that people will spend for their kids in and around that day, buying this, purchasing that. Yeah.
So maybe it's a shame because what ends up happening is these public events like this, these community events, I suspect that what people will do is there will be private events. So they'll find private clubs or golf clubs or things of that nature. They'll make sure that people in advance buy tickets and, they're known and that sort of thing. They have to prove residency. And then the general community gets excluded.
855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to the movies, the music, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, if you're in the market for furniture, what's on tap for you? Well, that would be Bucks County Estate Traders, because the truth is most Americans were tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk. So how about this? Bucks County Estate Traders. Massive Hatfield showroom, 58,000-plus square feet, with over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and more, the kind of quality craftsmanship that has withstood the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, if you're looking for that classic piece, a modern set for a dining room, rustic, traditional, you'll find stunning pieces that fit today's home office, the man cave, the kitchen, living room, bedrooms, you name it. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com today because they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece comes with a QR code, which displays the details instantly, and their expert staff is the best in the business. Step on out, see Matt Stanella, that's my guy. No pushy salespeople, just straight shooters that know their stuff. Check out their website, call ahead. They'll have the prices you want ready that moment. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom today in Hatfield.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
For over 46 years, TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County has been selling real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man directly to the home. Why not stop in and see our maze-like showrooms full of these machines and buy one for your family? And guess what? You can rent the same showrooms for a unique private party for any event. Google TNTAmusements.com.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal Company, 9:49. It's a Tuesday morning Dawn show, moments away, as well as what occurred with the music. But as always, before the music, it's time for the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know how to fly? Man, I got over 2,000 hours. This is all you talked about. Troy, you can do this. Yeah, I can do this.
We gotta clear the snakes out of the cockpit.
Yeah, clear the snakes out of the cockpit. Yeah. Enough is enough! I have had it with these. Everybody strap in!
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a $50 gift card to Checkers. If you can identify that easy layup of a movie clip, caller 12 855-839-1210. $50 gift card to Checkers. Best of luck. From the movies to the music, Phil Almquist, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Darius Rucker from Hootie and the Blowfish, who's 59, Paul Thompson from Roxy Music, who's 74, and Stevie Wonder, who's 75. Heavenly birthday shouts to Richie Valens. Signal Code Painted Black by the Stones in 66. Singles include Black Hole Sun. I had all my words all mixed up. Anyway, by Soundgarden in 94.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, exactly. Albums include Catch Fever by Ted Nugent in 77. Ram It Down by Judas Priest in 88. Brothers in Arms by Dire Straits in 85. And Lightning Strikes Again by Dokken in 2008. Also in 2007, Brian May of Queen was under a 24-hour security watch after a deranged man announced he was setting off to murder him, then disappeared. In 2002, Diane Warwick was arrested at Miami International Airport for marijuana possession after authorities found 11 joints in the lipstick case in the singer's luggage. In 2002, Eddie Buddy appeared on King of Queens. In 2017, Todd Rundgren gives the commencement speech at Berklee College of Music, where he says, "I've never been nominated, thankfully, for the Hall of Fame. If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. When inducted, he doesn't show up." But lastly, on this day in 2006, Cheap Trick performed on the infield at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway during first day of pole position qualifying for the 500, which is where I will be in 2 weeks. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Look at that. A little Cheap Trick reference there. Oh, I've got one of those, too.
Are you calling me a cheap trick?
Right. Speaking of that, Dawn Stenslin is up at the top of the hour.
Oh, we have so much going on. You got to hear this teacher. She goes on this rant of why she's quitting. This has gone viral. You got to hear it. And we'll get the reaction, of course, from our own education and mom expert, Beth Ann Rossica. Talks about education in our area and why we're losing teachers and the latest that's happening in our region, Chester County. We will, of course, also pay our great tribute, as we've been doing this morning, as Nick, Greg, and I, and all of us have certainly been thinking about our great friend Sid Weiss in heaven, and you, Sarah. So we'll continue the tributes to, it's Sid Weiss Day this Tuesday.
Yeah.
So Zioli is a special Zioli. He's going to be along at 10:40 and 11. So we'll talk Trump, we'll talk Sid Weiss, and we'll talk Delco. Remember our good friend Alfie Goodwin, the GOP candidate, military service? So she was attacked just as she's leaving for her military service. We'll update with what's going on in Delco, violence against her, and why isn't this a bigger story? We'll have, oh my gosh, there's so much. And Trump.
Now, you've got Rich at 10:40. Is that locked in, or are you going to bump him like you're Dana Perino? I kid.
It's Dana does not do that by choice.
All right. Valerie is in Bensalem. She's identified the movie. Valerie, hello. What did we play for you?
Hi, guys. You played Snakes on the Train on the Plane.
Yeah. Snakes on a plane, snakes on a SEPTA, snakes on a train. Yes, you are correct. $50 gift card to Checkers for some burgers.
Hey, I just wanted to say hi to everybody. This is Snow Bunny Gal.
What's up, Snow Bunny Gal?
We love you.
Famous
Love you.
tweeter.
Yeah.
Puts a voice to the tweet.
I'm in Detroit schools, and I popped up today.
Okay, you don't boil any bunnies on the stove and then eat them on YouTube, do you?
Just squirrels.
No idea what she said.
Get a better phone, Snow Bunny.
What did she say, Nick's World?
Nick's World, Wayne's World, who knows? Yeah. All right, that'll do it for us. The Dawn Show is up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow for a What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno.
Good night, everybody.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Stop buying gold on